mama's in the living room watching Judge Judy. I'm in the kitchen eating leftover sushi, and she yells, "Oh, girl, you gotta hear this one." A man was arrested for running the theme park, and when they said, "Where's your license?" he said, "My dog ate it." Oh, you can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, "Girl, you gotta hear this one." Mama loves to laugh at how absurd life is, says it's all a comedy and I'm her audience. And I love the way she makes fun of the world. She said, "You'll never guess what's true with their girlfriend. It was a man who didn't get us out of the bed. He said, I've been through hell and now I need some help. You just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up." Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, "Girl, you gotta hear this one."
Good morning, everybody. Yet another day, yet another episode of Squid did not do her hair this morning. I did, however, get rid of the unbelievably dark circles under my eyes. And who is ready to make fun of some government officials and talk shit about the FAA? I'm here. It's me. I'm all here for it. Oh, we are doing part 2, which is just the afternoon. It's not a separate day for them. However, your girl has shit to do in life and cannot sit in front of a computer all damn day. I will lose my ever-loving mind, what little mind I have left by you. So we are going to do the afternoon session. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late, Unhung Hero. I don't live in the frozen hellscape of Illinois, so I had to go outside and get something done since it's like above freezing here. Also, I had to because I left up the stream yesterday, or their stream yesterday, but this morning I did not go and find or mark a time down of how far we were into the stream. So today I had to go and search. With that being said, let's get into this shit. Spawn Trooper should be here when he gets here. He's got a life and work too, so he'll be here when he's here. Yeah, I did pull some weeds this past weekend. I just had some stuff to do, like in the garage, because it's not completely a frozen hellscape. It's close. It's only 32 degrees. But the fact that it is above freezing, yay, so good. So good to hear that. I hope she's doing well. Give her my best. And let's get into this. I am right at about where they ended lunch, I think. And we will be watching on 1.25 speed, at least for the presentations, because God forbid that ADSB in or ADSB out presentation yesterday, I wanted to beat my head up against a wall because, dude, FYI, I am not an expert at this by any means. However, if you are going to be giving a presentation, have some inflection in your voice and sound like you're at least somewhat happy to be there. He sounded like my 65-year-old anatomy teacher talking about the reproductive system. I don't know whether to cringe, cry, or laugh. And here we are. All right. Let's get into this.
All right, welcome back. We're now going to hear from Dr. Jana Price on safety management systems and safety data. Dr. Price.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Hamady, Member Graham, and Member Inman. My presentation will cover issues.
If you are not part of the Otter Creek 2023 whatever Facebook, I don't even know the name of the damn group. JK has been putting some sound bites of Spawn and I in there. I suggest you join that group and check it out because it's absolutely hilarious. And I'm so glad I'm on JK Film's good side because I couldn't imagine him cutting things if I was on his bad side. Y'all. Although the AI picture he has of me makes me look like, I mean, I know I ain't no Cindy Crawford or anything, but like, y'all, that was a bad picture. Good morning, it's me. Good morning, Squid. Cold in Alabama this morning. It was 30 when I woke up, but it was also like 30 when I went to bed. So I think it stayed consistent. -2 in southeastern Wisconsin. Well, that is why you are moving here. But you are choosing to move here in, summertime. So, yeah. When you melt, I apologize.
Issues relating to safety data and safety management systems, or SMS. Specifically, I will describe data sources that could be used to measure mid-air collision risk. I will also discuss who had access to those data and how they were used before the accident. Finally, I will discuss SMS programs at PSA, the FAA Air Traffic Organization, or ATO, and the Army. Within days of the mid-air collision, the Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing System, or ASIAS, provided the NTSB with data concerning encounters between helicopters and commercial aircraft near DCA. The initial reports indicated that there had been thousands of so-called close proximity events near DCA in the years before the accident. In the weeks and months that followed, seemingly conflicting estimates of proximity events and near misses were shared by FAA. As a result, the NTSB formed a safety data group with the goals of documenting safety data sources that could have provided indicators of mid-air collision risk before the accident, whether those data were available to stakeholders, and how they were used in the context of SMS safety assurance processes. The data sources were grouped by whether they were comprised of safety occurrence reports or whether they represented objective position data. This slide lists the safety occurrence reporting systems we reviewed. The blocks outlined in yellow were managed by the FAA, including the Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP, the Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP, mandatory occurrence reports, or MORs, and the Near Mid-Air Collision System, or NEMACS. The Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS, was managed by NASA, and the Army Safety Management Information System, or ASMIS, was managed by the Army. The primary sources of the safety occurrence systems were pilots or air traffic controllers. The systems varied in terms of whether reports were required or voluntary, and whether those who reported voluntarily were de-identified and protected from punishment. There was also variability.
Okay, already, Snipe Hunter, if I fall asleep, nudge me awake. Already, her voice is much more entertaining to listen to than yesterday. Yesterday was that one dude, Caleb something. I just couldn't. And we were caught up, so I couldn't even put him on like 1.25 or 1.5 speed. We had to listen to him at regular speed, which is not something I love to do. But she's already starting off on a good thing. Here's my thing. You have all these safety occurrence reporting systems. And yesterday, if you did not join us, I have a cut of it. I just have to make a thumbnail and upload it. But this chairwoman literally threw the FAA under the bus. And I can't say she threw them under the bus. She just stated facts. If stating facts is the equivalent of throwing someone under the bus, change the facts. But she literally said the FAA doesn't do anything with their recommendations for the ADSB in and among other things. So I will be following up on some of these recommendations that they make and seeing if I can actually do it. And I have to go do mama duties. Spawn is here. He is still a little busy, but he'll talk when he's ready. Sounds like olive oil. She does sound better than yesterday's peeps. Okay. Barbie? I don't know what baby means. Okay. Oh, Band-Aid. She wants a Band-Aid for an injury she doesn't have. So here we go. Deciphering the toddler language sometimes is easy, and then other times I'm like, what? What? So y'all have a good couple seconds without me.
In which stakeholders had access to the data. Our review of subjective safety occurrence reporting systems found that more than 18 reports per year on average of close calls between airplanes and helicopters near DCA in the 4 years before the accident. When available, we reviewed event descriptions and found reports describing issues like those found in this investigation, including airspace complexity, problems with ATC communications, challenges with combining controller positions, and helicopters flying above recommended altitudes. This slide provides an overview of the position data systems we reviewed. Again, the blocks outlined in yellow were managed by the FAA. The primary sources of data were from aircraft and from surveillance radar. The Flight Operations and Quality Assurance, or FOQA, and the NTSB systems provided information about TCAS resolution advisories and traffic advisories. Systems known as Aviation Risk Identification and Assessment, or ARIA, and Performance Data and Analysis Report System, or PDARS, provided objective information about aircraft proximities using radar and other surveillance data. Data accessibility varied by source, and although the FAA generally had access to all data sources. Our review showed evidence of numerous close encounters between airplanes and helicopters near DCA. For example, TCAS resolution advisory data captured by ground-based receivers identified about 50.
Oh, FYI, there was one late December, early January, in the same area between another American Airlines jet on approach to DCA and a medevac helicopter. However, unlike this particular situation, they handled it appropriately. It was not as close of a call as this. However, American pilots, I don't know what's up with you guys, but you need to answer your damn radio after 4 times of being called by air traffic control. Yeah, I listened to the audio on a different channel. So, and I actually listened to the audio today before this. So, and the little needed a Band-Aid for her Barbie, so we needed a llama.
15 events per month on average within 10 nautical miles of DCA. The ARIA system found that airplanes and helicopters came within 1 nautical mile laterally and 400 feet vertically, an average of 390 times per month. PDARS found an average of 65.6 instances per month in which airplanes and helicopters came within 1,000 feet separation and 5.6 instances per month in which they came within 500 feet separation. This heat map shown on this slide comes from PDARS and shows encounters between arriving and departing airplanes and helicopters flying on routes 1 or 4 for the period January 2018 to February 2025. Additional analyses of radar data found that nearly half of all helicopters that transited Route 4 went above altitude limitations at least once along the route. However, we found that neither the FAA nor the Army identified these exceedances before the accident. In all, we found that multiple safety data sources, including occurrence reporting systems and objective position data, showed evidence of mid-air collision risk between airplanes and helicopters near DCA in the years before the accident, but existing systems did not recognize or mitigate the risk. We found that key stakeholders either did not have access to or were not making full use of the data. For example, some of the systems used to analyze radar data for close proximity encounters in this investigation had rarely been used for that purpose before the accident. We found that there was no standard definition to signify when aircraft are too close, which hindered the ability to track their incidence over time or to compare risk levels of different locations. Lastly, although helicopters regularly triggered TCAS resolution advisories for airplanes approaching DCA, we found that helicopter operators were largely unaware of their involvement in these events, and there was no standard mechanism to alert them after such events. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Next, excuse me. Next, I will discuss the safety management systems that were in place at the FAA, PSA, and the Army at the time of this accident. Multiple investigative groups coordinated to document and evaluate these systems. The United States is a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, which sets standards for SMS. It calls for inclusion of 4 main components: safety policy, safety risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion. Building and sustaining a positive safety culture is also considered foundational to an effective SMS. Both DSA and the FAA developed SMS programs using this model. ICAO requirements do not apply to military aircraft operations. The Army, therefore, had unique regulations and guidance for aviation safety programs. In the remainder of my presentation, I will focus on SMS policies and implementation by the ATO and the Army. At the time of the accident,
How many times is she going to throw Army under the bus? Over under is 4. Why are we streaming so early? Because somebody decided not to show up for a hearing yesterday. And I started this yesterday at 9 a.m. because it was live. So I figured, why not just continue? Trust me, I did not want to roll out of bed this morning. My alarm went off and I shut it off. I did not even hear Mr. Squid get up for work, move around the house. There was none of that. So, yeah. But the over-under on throwing Army under the bus, because there was a couple of things we figured out about the Army yesterday. As if I didn't already know that the Army sucks. And sorry to my friends who are in the Army or were in the Army.
I heard that. Fuck off.
No, the U.S. Army.
Oh, okay, that's different. Yeah, okay, carry on as you were.
So Spawn, yesterday we discovered that the Army knew that the ADSB out on all of their helos did not work correctly, but they did not tell their aviators or their maintainers.
Well, that's going to be a lot of fucking brown stuff hitting the fan quite quickly.
So
that's dereliction of duty, that.
Yes. So the Army literally sucks. The FAA has been given ADSB in recommendations, and you can go, the cut that I have was a guy talking about his 1930s biplane. He bought a Garmin ADSB in for $400, and he can see everything because
that's
he bought a $400 piece of equipment.
Yeah, and the military, the DLD, wouldn't be paying the $400. They'd be getting the discount because they're buying stock, multiple.
Also, we learned yesterday that Chairwoman Hamidi had actually wrote legislation for some things. She literally threw the FAA under the bus yesterday because she was stating facts of how they've recommended ADSB in multiple times over multiple years and have basically been ignored. And so the FAA and the Army are both shitty human beings, like shitty entities.
Well, what do you expect? I mean, look, we've both sat in the middle of the fucking playground when it comes to fucking regulations and everything else. I mean, you just go on a course, you have to go through freaking, books and books and books. You have to do pre-course training. And then when you turn up, you're treated like a freaking brain dead in zombie. And then when you come back, when do you ever use what you've trained?
Hey, stop for a second. She graduated to monthly appointment and has improved so much. Yay!
That's good news. That's good news. That's good news. Birthday boy. Anyway,
yeah, the chairwoman really hammered the FAA for saying the recommendations weren't necessary. No, yeah, they would pay $4,000 because it's military grade. Yeah, they pay $700 for a clock back in 2007 that I could make in my garage for like $40. But you put it in the cockpit of an E2C and it's $750. No. But over under on throwing the Army under the bus, 4. Place your bets now. Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal accepted.
The FAA had an established SMS for several of its organizations, including the ATO and ATO facilities, such as the DCA tower. Its SMS policy described the required 4 components of SMS. However, this investigation revealed gaps in ATO's application of safety risk management and safety assurance in comparison to FAA's guidance for other service providers. We found that unlike the FAA SMS guidance for operators, which established requirements for coordinating with relevant external parties to collect and share safety hazard information, the same requirement is not reflected in the ATO SMS guidance, which is limited to bargaining unit representatives and management at FAA air traffic facilities. There was no formal process at DCA for the FAA to share information about helicopter route traffic, TCAS resolution advisories, or potential conflicts with external stakeholders. The formation of a helicopter working group was an example of an informal.
Okay, we just have to address this because Ungung Hero brings up a really good point, how the U.S. government likes to make everything way more complicated than it needs to be. Thanks for the $5 super chat and the 10 gifted Squid Pro Quo memberships. I saw those. I did not forget about them. You are greatly appreciated, and I hope you are doing well. And give the missus a hug for me. Remember, the U.S. spent millions of dollars developing a pen that can write in space. Russia just used pencils. Think about that one for a second. I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. I didn't think anybody would ask. I have no idea.
Collaboration among multiple stakeholders designed to promote safety. However, as previously discussed, that group was not able to effect changes such as relocating helicopter Route 4 or adding hotspots to the route chart in spots with potential conflicts. We found that the ATO's application of its SMS did not recognize and mitigate the risk of a mid-air collision at DCA, nor did it effectively coordinate SMS activities with the external stakeholders. As a result, staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. We also found that ATO management eroded the overall safety culture within ATO by not supporting its workforce, encouraging open communication, identifying and mitigating operational challenges faced by controllers, or fostering a just culture. Interviews with ATO staff indicated that they feared retaliation for raising safety issues, and management often discouraged filing reports because it made the facility look bad. Interviews with current and former DCA tower personnel indicated that morale had been low for years before the accident due to the 2018 facility level downgrade and from the FAA's lack of transparency regarding the metrics used to support that decision.
Oh yes, let's not forget that the FAA downgraded this from a level 10 facility to a level 9 facility, although not changing anything except for the pay grade of the people who work there. Let's not forget that the FAA fucked all these people over as well.
External compliance verifications at DCA between 2022 and 2024 identified non-compliant items, including lack of staff support, poor communication between Potomac TRACON and the DCA tower, and concerns about potential conflicts with helicopter routes, but the ATO failed to recognize these items as indicative of problems at DCA. Finally, DCA tower management personnel were reassigned after the accident, an action that appeared inconsistent with the characteristics of a positive safety culture. As a result, staff has proposed 1 recommendation to the Department of Transportation in this area. With respect to the U.S. Army safety assurance policies, Army safety programs were required to incorporate an occupational hazard reporting and investigation program managed by unit aviation safety officers. Aviation safety concerns could be submitted using operational hazard reports, or OHRs, which required filling out and submitting a form detailing the issue. OHRs submitted to safety officers were to be corrected at the lowest level possible. When FAA facilities or operations were involved, it was sent to the nearest Flight Standards District Office and to the Department of the Army Regional Representative. The Army Safety Management Information System, or ASMIS, was another venue to report safety events, including mishaps and near misses. Mishaps and near misses were broadly defined and could include both aviation and non-aviation safety events and events that occurred on and off duty. Although helicopters had triggered multiple airplane TCAS resolution advisories, and they had been the subject of safety occurrence reports submitted by airplane pilots and controllers, the Army's safety reporting programs did not provide information about those encounters. An Army review of ASMIS found no reports of aviation mishaps or near misses near DCA area or OHRs referencing the DC helicopter routes or other hazards in the area. Interviews with Army pilots suggested that participation in voluntary reporting programs was limited.
Wait, Spawn, can you help me for a second? I know you're busy, but they have a system, but it sounds like they discouraged the use of it because it would make things look bad.
No, I mean, it's multiple reasons. One, discouragement. Two, why are you using that equipment? Like, if you're in a war zone, less equipment in the aircraft, the better. Less technology in the aircraft, the better. I mean, there's so many bloody reasons, but there's always excuses. There's never solutions or ideas or anything else. We know what the military's like. Christ, I mean, we've both been on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, but I feel like my squadron had a safety stand down every other week to talk about every little thing that was freaking going on.
Which is overkill, which is normal, both in the Navy, Air Force, and Army. However, when it comes to, when they introduce new equipment, it's even worse than this.
And I'm sorry if my safety officer sees this because he's on my Facebook page.
I don't think you'll mind.
He is a Facebook friend of mine. However, I feel like when we talked about shit, it was shit that didn't really. The only time it mattered was like hurricane season, and like what the plans were with the aircraft and barrack safety and where we were supposed to go when we were in hurricane season. Other than that, it was like you're talking to a bunch of 20-somethings when you're really talking to the 18-year-old who just got there. I hear you, baby. I hear you.
Right. So, and that's the whole point, Squid. Because like the thing is, the reason you've got so many freaking safety briefings or O groups or whatever they call it over there is because of exactly that. Because people have a memory of a goldfish, and you know that as well as I do.
Yeah. Speaking of memory of a goldfish,
I can remember giving a brief, right, about an exercise where we blindfolded the driver.
I'm listening, but I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I am listening.
And the exercise was communication between commander of a vehicle and the top cover, or the commander of the vehicle and the driver. And it was based on communication, because people get in a bad habit of just talking and then doing what they ever want to do. So we blindfolded the drivers, and the commander of the vehicle was responsible to direct the driver in the way he wanted to go. And people then switch on. And the thing is, it's like every single thing you do in the military, you go for courses after courses after courses, and when you get back, you'll have someone who hasn't done the course for 5 years sitting there giving you mouth feeding you safety aspects and safety briefings and shit like that.
I'm gonna
and then they wonder why people make mistakes.
I'm gonna restart this. I have to go get the little off the potty chair.
Wait, what?
I have to go get the little one off the potty chair.
Okay, do you want me to?
Potty training's a marathon, not a sprint.
All right. Well, I'll mute myself, and you can play that, and then we'll carry on. And
and we will continue this discussion. I feel like we need to have a discussion about this. We could do an entire stream on a whole bunch of stuff. We still have to talk about that.
The Army did not have a program to monitor operational flight data for its helicopters, and as a result, was unaware of routine altitude exceedances and related risks in the DCA terminal area. Such a program could have not only helped identify altitude exceedances, but may have also raised awareness about cumulative errors in the UH-60 Lima's barometric altimeter system. As a result of these findings, staff have proposed 3 recommendations to the U.S. Army in this area. In 2024, the Secretary of the Army issued a directive for the adoption of an Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System, or ASOMS, the Army's first official SMS framework. The elements described in the directive are similar to ICAO SMS components described earlier. The directive required incorporating ASOMS in Army Safety Program regulations by September 2026, and it required Army commands and organizations to be fully compliant by the end of calendar year 2030. Our reviews indicated that progress has been made in incorporating the directive's requirements in policy documents, but ASOMS implementation has been slow, which may stem from several causes, including resource and staffing issues and a distribution of safety management responsibilities across Army organizations. Additionally, we found that the Army lacked a positive safety culture in that its aviation safety system did not have the capacity, resources, or analytical mechanisms to consistently detect, interpret, and act on weak signals of latent hazards. Overall, we found that the Army's process for allocating resources to aviation safety management did not ensure development of a robust SMS for helicopter operations in the Washington, D.C. area. As a result, staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the U.S. Army in this area. This concludes my presentation, and we are now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you. Member Inman.
Thank you. And I'll go back. And Dr. Price, that was really helpful. I think I guess I also want to, because you kind of broke it down a little bit differently, because I pulled some information out of our report. I think it gets to the same place, but we state that performance data analysis and reporting, or PDAR, indicates there were 4,067 encounters between 2018 and 25, in which separation between the helicopters and the fixed wing aircraft was less than or equal to 1,000 feet. In 348 of those, the separation was less than 500 feet. To what extent did the FAA utilize that data prior to this mid-air collision?
Thank you for that question. In the case of PDARs in particular, after this accident was the first time that that system had been used in this fashion to look at the incidents. And in fact, it was at what?
Did he say peed on? No. No. But proud mama moment. Sorry it took me a little longer. I had to get her some snacks. Her treat for going potty and like a big girl.
Do you know what this is?
What?
Every time we do this, you know, there's one thing that really pisses me off.
The fact that I keep leaving and going.
No,
and
that's
going.
no. I know you have to do that. I've already come to terms with that pain in the neck. But anyway, what I'm talking about, right? And it's also good news that she's being potty trained. She's starting to wean it off. Like that's really good news. Yes. But anyway, no. What really pisses me off from a perspective of like leadership of someone with responsibility, why is it being passed one buck to the other? Why is it being passed around like some sort of like, you know, $2 person of the night? I mean, it's like, look, if you've messed up,
what Spawn tried to say in British, I'm gonna sound official, or I'm still gonna sound British when I say this. I'll say it in Americanese. Sounded like a $2 hooker.
There you go. Right. Thank you very much. All right. Because at the end of the day, right, if you're going to abuse and use and then fob it off to someone else and blame them and get them to explain it, the more you do that, the more the truth disappears. And to be perfectly honest with you, like this whole thing needs to be one panel and they stay the same.
Well,
unless you've got specialists, now hear me out on this one, unless you've got specialists who are specifically subject experts on exactly what's caused the actual issue.
Well, here's the thing. These people that we're looking at right now are all the same people that were at the hearing in July, minus the people from the FAA and the different experts in their field. But these people that were doing the investigations and actually conducting the interviews are the same people that were at these tables in July. So
Right.
that's at least consistent.
Right.
The
And
chairwoman and the other
right.
panelists at the head table,
Okay.
they are all the same people. So
Okay. So here's a question then. 2 questions. By the way, Jeff, I go commando. And the second thing is, the
well, Jeff, he did specify with the one thing about this. He did put a qualifier in there.
Yes. All right. And here's another thing. Why aren't we hearing or seeing statements why aren't we hearing statements or seeing evidential proof from the ground crew that morning, or the ground crew and the crews who were on duty on that day?
That's all the stuff that's in the docket. That
No,
thousands
I
of
want
pages.
I want to see the people on the panel. I want to
Well-
see the squadron lead. I want to see the team leads. I want to see the people who were responsible
You
on
never
both
will.
sides of the coin, because that way you can actually get more in depth in regards of what actually happened that day. Was there a breakdown in communication between her and the ground crew, or I mean,
Well, they did show simulations yesterday where they literally laid the ground crew or the cockpit audio overlaid with the ACC audio.
yeah,
And there were some inconsistencies that I saw yesterday that the panel didn't point out. Like,
we spoke
but
about that last time, didn't we?
yeah,
We
but it
did-
was
yeah,
very,
we did.
very well laid out. It was the first like hour of yesterday. It was very like well done.
Yeah,
Versus
but I'm sure we covered that last
show
time
that
when we
was-
first. But I'm sure we you and I discussed that last time, because we had a big issue about the NVG training and flying with NVGs.
yeah, they did and simulators only get you so far because simulators don't affect human performance.
Yeah.
However, they did simulations with what you could see with the NVGs and what the different NVG colors would show up as, the different types of NVGs, because there was multiple types of NVGs, but they don't know who was wearing what.
Oh God.
So I guess the human remains were that mangled that they could not tell who was wearing what.
Well, aren't they attached to the helmet? And don't they? I mean, like, no disrespect, but you'd have to sign out the equipment, so therefore you're signing for the equipment.
You
This is
would,
what I mean.
you would, which gives you an idea, but
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
you
I
know
hear
as
you.
well as I do that people trade shit all the time.
Yeah, I hear it. The minute you said "but," yeah, like, yeah, mm-hmm. That's why I was going, mm-hmm, yeah. Hey, Squid, here, take my NVGs. I want to take yours. I want to try them out today. Just like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was in charge of tools in my shop. Shit happens more often than you would like to admit.
Because I know you can't swap helmets, because the helmets are sized down to each pilot, each person. So I know that. Also including the vests and everything else. But when it comes to NVGs or thermal sights and stuff like that,
My friend that works for Boeing was a PR, so
Yeah.
he did parachute. Oh no, he was an AME, so he did all the oxygen, the locks, and all that. And all
yeah,
their-
Paul, I get that, mate. Don't forget, I just been dropped in the deep end on this one, so I'm catching up.
Yeah, we have those thousands of pages of.
Oh, don't
docket.
even remind me of that. That I'm not looking forward to that.
No,
I
I'm
think that should be a
slowly
summer job.
starting to make my way, and I've literally had conversations with ChatGPT, like what is going to be actual useful to talk about and help bring to light issues, and what is just going to be me geeking out on aviation stuff, and
I would
that is
suggest
not
we do
going
that
to
in
be
the summer.
important to any of this.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
suggest that, like, with the documentation that we've got, with the amount of document, I think like we've got over 4,000 pages
yeah,
just on one. So I think that, like, we should do it in the summer.
235 exhibits.
Yeah. So do it in the summer. It will take us about 4 months, 5 months to get up through it.
Yeah. And like I said, when I say I'm behind on content, this is what I mean. I have thousands of pages of transcripts to go through to figure out what is important to talk about and what is not. Because I know all 235 exhibits are not important.
Oh, did
Some
you
are
hear
just
about?
witness lists and no one cares.
Did you hear about the UPS crash?
I heard something about it. I still have to. I am so
They've
behind
grounded
on
all
updating
aircraft.
everything.
They've grounded all the aircraft. All the MD-11s are done.
Yay. Yay. Like,
And I
I
just
just,
sat there and I heard it and I was like, too little, too late. I'm in a very facetious mood today. Anyway,
as opposed to any other day.
easy, Tiger. Don't you?
I'm just asking.
No, the other days I'm just being me. Don't look at me in that tone of voice. Don't. No. I'm looking away.
Okay, we're
No.
gonna restart this.
Yeah,
Now
please
that
do.
the little is content. She's right over here. Hopefully, she doesn't have to pee every 5 seconds again.
And when we get time at the end, I've got an announcement for you and for everyone. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. And there's no way you're gonna get out of it, because if you try to get out of it, I am going to publicly shame you. Sorry.
You're gonna do what I do, name and shame. Oh, I have a Minocqua Brewing Company to name and shame too.
The novel use of this system and a very useful one for our investigation. But before this investigation, PDARs had not been used in that fashion.
So I want to go back to the different ways that people can give information. So the way I read it, there's currently the Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP, the Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP, the Mandatory Occurrence Reports, or MORS, the Near Mid-Air Collision Systems, NMACS, the Aviation Safety Reporting System, ASARS, and the Army Safety Management Information System. Now, collectively, it sounds like pilots and individual controllers were ringing a bell saying something's dangerous, do something. And I'm just curious, is the FAA, were they taking this information? Do they have the capacity? And will they take action on it? That's 3 questions in one. I'm sorry, Dr. Price.
Well, certainly there were numerous different reporting systems that provided information about near misses and events that were happening at DCA before this accident. And the FAA did have access to all of those systems. Our investigation revealed that in general, the reviews of these systems were largely happening kind of on a case-by-case basis and weren't necessarily being looked at in an aggregate fashion. And when we do a look back, of course, we can see that there was a definitive pattern in these data, both with the safety reporting data and with the position data that I mentioned. But as the FAA even noted in our public hearing, that was something that, although they had opportunities to see, they did not detect and mitigate before this accident.
Since that time, have they indicated that they are using this data correctly?
Thank you for reminding me about that question. Since the accident, we do have evidence that the FAA has put some of these data to use. They did a helicopter route analysis in 10 different cities with 16 airports where they used these data to look at and assess risk in airports that had helicopter traffic. And they have made some recommendations as a result of those. One of the things that we remarked on, though, is that they are still not using a standardized approach for looking at that issue. And it's something that we think is necessary to have more of a standard definition of what constitutes a close proximity event, so that there can be a way of comparing one airport to another or looking at trends over time, rather than what is kind of a hodgepodge, if you will, right now, of different ways of measuring this.
So I guess even though we didn't present, Captain?
Okay, I'm so... Like, I'm dumbfounded as to how it's 2026 and we still don't have standardized terms for what constitutes a close call, so that we can compare DCA with San Diego, with DFW, with ATL, with all these airports across the country. We still don't have standardized terms. How is it 2026 and we still haven't figured this shit out? I just can't.
It would be a good idea to unmute myself. There's me freaking talking. Yeah, and I just
you should have heard me yesterday. I was boomering it all the time.
Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I just sent you something as well, which is absolutely hilarious. You need to check it really quick. It's very hilarious. It's very funny, and it was 2 minutes flat. In regards to this, I would. I just find it like, why are they? I mean.
Oh yes, and this is why we are streaming this morning in the hopes of being done by 2:00, so we can get to that.
Oh God, really? Do we have to really do? Can I go out to play, please?
Well, you don't have to show up to that one. I just wanted to get this out of the way.
Okay.
But this might have to be a 3-part.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't push it too much. I wouldn't try to cover too much of this because there's a lot of technical jargon going on. There's a lot of like.
That's why we're watching it at 1.25 speed.
Oh right, so they didn't sound like that then.
Mm-mm.
Oh okay.
Yeah, let's put it on 1.5 and see if they sound like chipmunks.
Just want to get your attention first. Are you under the impression whenever people file these reports, somebody's actually listening?
I would say generally you file a report and you don't hear anything back.
So what's the purpose of filing a report?
That's the problem.
Dr. Price can probably answer this better, but I think it goes into a database.
You're asking what is the purpose of a voluntary report?
I guess I think a lot of people in aviation, and a lot of us believe if you're saying something, somebody's looking at it or they're going to take action. Is that a misperception?
Well, no, I think that these safety reporting systems are vital and they serve an important purpose. And we would hope and we would like to believe that when a pilot or a controller files a voluntary safety report, that it will be looked at and will be considered very seriously. And like I said, there is some evidence that there was some case-by-case analyses of reporting, but I think the pattern was missed. And that's where we've proposed recommendations that we think can get at that.
Thank you.
My thing is, this shouldn't, if they have a case-by-case basis, that's great. But every 6 months, year, analyze all the reports from the past year to see if you could see a pattern or a trend.
Well, here's my argument to that. How the hell are you? I mean, like the thing is, you've got 15 years. When was it? 2015 when there was a close call there. And there's how many close calls have been on that helicopter route? How many close calls have there been between aircraft coming in on runway 1 and what was it? 33, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is it run 33 and 11? Sorry, 1 and 33. I mean, like 1 year, 2 years, probably you'd get an idea. Oh shit, we needed to look into this. 15 years, you should have already started like coming up with solutions to actually avoid all this. I'm sorry, but there's no excuse. If you come around to me and say, hey, Spawn Trooper, I'm giving you 6 months to find me a solution to avoid any of these close misses and stuff like that, I'll turn around and say, well, hang on a minute. You need to talk to the FAA. You need to talk to the NTSB. You need to talk to the airports and everyone else, because how many misses and close calls have you had in 15 years? That's not just there at that hospital, because obviously you've got Washington, D.C., you've got the White House close by. You've got other freaking regulations jumping in as well. So it's like either they're not communicating properly with each other, and it's like, oh, I'm flying Air Force One helicopter, so therefore I am totally in control of the airspace here. And like everyone has to like do as you're told. And it's basically do as I say, not as I do.
Everybody thinks they're the most important person in the room.
Exactly. Air Force One, they are aircrafts, just like everyone else. They may have a designation. They may be carrying the President of the United States, who's an absolute pleb, but that's beside the point. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to communication and aircraft, everyone has to follow the same fucking rules. Sorry for the F-bomb. So everyone needs to follow the same rules. There's no.
I'm not worried about the F-bomb. Don't talk about politics on my stream.
I wasn't. I sort of like slid it in there, but I do apologize. Don't look at me in that tone of voice. Anyway, no. Anyway, so you've got every single aircraft has to follow the FAA rules, irregardless of who you are. This is where the breakdown of communication is. Just saying.
But I can't wait to see what she has to say because, well, if you want to bring politics into it, she did have a clip yesterday where she said Secretary Duffy, the current secretary, is the only one who's actually tried to do something.
What Secretary of what? I can't remember. Secretary of Defense, is he?
No, the current Department of Transportation secretary.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
He's the only person in the past since she's been working here that has actually tried to do something.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they would actually put like the funds into the FAA, the upgrade of the FAA and ATCs and stuff like that, which we've discussed in the past. I mean, like, this is a conundrum. This is a catch-22. You're not going to get out of it unless someone turns around and says, right, I don't care if you're the president of the United States or a private charter or you're Elon Musk whatsoever. Everyone follows the same rules. Simple. These accidents shouldn't have happened.
Nope. Not technically.
Not technically.
Well, no, not politics are illegal here. Not technically, because we do have set aside streams for this. But shit like this should not be political.
No, it's not. This is definitely not political. This is basically,
Yeah, Spawn just threw his personal opinion in there because he's an asshole like that. And I called him out on it, and then we move on.
Wait, what? Of course I'm an asshole. Sometimes my tongue slips, and I fucking.
That's why I said you just threw your personal opinion in there, and I called you out on it, and we move on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
we disagree to agree to disagree, and
yeah,
we move on. My realistic question is why much military and night vision training need to happen at or near the most populated airport in the country. There are dozens of privatized military airports in dozens of states. The specific thing that they were training for was an egress mission for if shit hits the fan in DC.
And also familiarization as well, I think it was as well. Familiarization flight.
So it was, I see the reason that they needed to do it. I just don't see the reason Route 4 needs to exist. You need to change the routes and figure out a different way to get out of DC than crossing an active landing area.
Yeah, that's, I mean, like, thinking about it, they either need to either sort of like come to an arrangement where the helicopters, either if there's if there's incoming flights, the helicopters have to, because they have the ability to hover, they have the ability to slow down, whereas a plane doesn't, because they're already on finals. So they either need to change the speed of that route, so they slow down and it's like 20 knots or 30 knots or 40 knots, whatever. That plane is, and have like a bigger gap between a plane and a helicopter moving across that approach.
Well, also, a helicopter on that route maintaining its prescribed altitude of 200 feet would definitely help instead of being at 300 feet.
And that. But that's that. I mean, we've gone through this. We actually argued about this, about communication from ATC and everyone involved. Well, not argued, but we've had.
But the when you sign on that dotted line, you expect to be put in situations that
exactly
put you in harm's way, ultimately possibly leading to your unfortunate demise. However, a group of teenagers coming from Wichita to DC who are innocent and just wanted to skate, if they wouldn't have been at that high level training camp, they would have been home already. But they were the future of that sport. And because of that, they were there, and they didn't ask to be put in the middle of an army training mission.
It's like, Jeff, here's the thing, right? This is what I'm trying to say. The priority for that airfield is specifically 100% for aircraft coming into land. The helicopter route is secondary. So basically, if there's a helicopter flying down that route and there's an aircraft coming in, then that helicopter has to give way. As simple as that.
Well, Paul, my thing is the approach of aircraft is very close together, so you're going to have times when helos are crossing at the same time. That route, what I'm saying is that route should not even exist.
What's that one? The helicopter? What one?
Yeah, Route 4.
Route 4,
the only route in DC that crosses an active landing area should not even exist.
Yeah.
That's a hill I'm willing to die on, and I don't care who's willing to argue with me on that. That I don't care. Congress has shown in the last 2 decades that they don't care about anything but their own pockets. So if shit hits the fan in DC, I really don't care how they get out. But putting civilian lives at risk because they want to get out of DC, not my problem.
So let me ask a question then before we carry on watching this. All right. On just I'm going to throw this out there, and then basically you guys can fucking hash it out. All right. Now I just spoke about Air Force One, the helicopters. All right. There are 3 of them. Okay, or 2 or 3 of them, I believe. Now, when they take off, they have what you call it, air priority, or they have priority in the air in that air freaking corridor. What's it called again? The Z class freaking whatever. Anyway, so they have priority. So you got outwards and then you got upwards. Like at certain heights, you got each category has certain heights, right? So when they take off, does that mean you have to close down the whole airport? Because what happens if they have to have to use Route 4? So
Go a different way.
draw the line and say, look, either everyone follows the same rules. Yeah. Okay. Like Roy, I'd apologize. Marine One. Sorry, I apologize. I'm not an Americanese. Yeah.
Yeah, don't yeah.
But this is the whole problem. You can find a solution. You either like, and I agree with Squid, you either remove Route 4 completely and then have the helicopters be treated like incoming aircraft or leaving aircraft. Right? I mean, how hard is it? And at the same time, you have to have people in the ATC or on ground who actually do their job, right? And make sure that there's communication between the helicopters and other aircraft. As simple as that. It's all about communication and ego. Like, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're an aircraft, you follow the rule. Simple. With all due respect, even I wouldn't care if it's the King of England. At the end of the day, you get in an aircraft, you become part of that freaking class. You become part of that group. Anything that's flying in the air, you follow the rules of the FAA or the CAA. Simple as.
So Jeff said in this case, I believe it was said yesterday that the 2 aircraft were within 100 feet before the tower noticed a problem and the supervisor was off taking a call. Am I wrong to think this is a serious communication issue? No,
Yes.
This is a Swiss cheese model. All the holes have to line up perfectly, and all the holes did. Everything has to fail all at once.
Yep.
Just in the right way, and unfortunately it did. The communication issue, the altitude issue, which is why it should never be that which is why human error exists. We're never going to get rid of human error because people make mistakes, which is why my brain says that Route 4 should never exist, because then we don't have to worry about the human error effect because it will never be a problem.
Well, human error is going to happen either way. So, I mean, people are going to make mistakes, and at the end of the day, you know, you can't walk away from it, right? You got human error on every single level on this one.
Yeah. Well, my point was, if Route 4 doesn't exist, the human error of seeing that 2 aircraft are that close together wouldn't even exist, because 2 aircraft would never be that close together. You're eliminating the fact, you're eliminating the variable of aircraft and helicopters being in close proximity to each other. Therefore, not needing to even worry about the human error of not seeing it, because it would never exist in the first place.
The only problem is because it's Washington, you still got one element that's going to be a problem. If you remove Route 4, you still got the element of Marine 1.
Well, everything shuts down when Marine 1's in the airborne, so that's not an issue. That's not even Yeah, that's not an
How do you
issue.
get an Uber? I mean, sorry.
That's not even close to being an issue because everything will be grounded. When
Yeah.
Marine One or Air Force One, everything else gets told, suck it up, buttercup, you're not moving.
Yeah.
You can take the delay, good luck, have fun, but you're not moving. So the only issue that helicopters and aircraft would be in proximity is in the DC airspace is medevac, which was the situation in either late December or early January. However, that issue was actually handled very well. It would have been even better if American Airlines wouldn't have taken 4 times to respond to air traffic control. However, that's a separate issue and a rabbit hole in itself that we don't have the time for today. So, but
True.
with her scratching her head like this, I know she's got something to say. So I'm going to let this woman speak because she's my spirit animal.
Wait, what?
So we looked at, for different separations, less than 1 nautical mile lateral, less than 400 feet vertical, and this is something we worked out with FAA and looking at the data, and that gave us the 15,214. Then we looked at less than 600 feet lateral, less than 400 vertical, it gave us 210. And then less than 1,500 feet lateral and less than 200 feet vertical, which gave us 85, right?
85.
And
That's
so,
Jesus.
So the FAA has 10 different sources of data that they're taking in. It's a lot of data that they request. They say they're data driven. ATO did a top 5 every year, and it says they're data driven. I would say they are not. I was stunned, absolutely stunned, when Senators Jerry Moran and Duckworth held a closed door briefing and invited me, invited the Army, invited FAA, and was asking us for an update and asking us questions, and data came up. And I talked about our 15,214 events that we've identified, the 210, the 85, and FAA said, actually, it's 5.
What?
My 5. And this isn't the first time. Every time we release data that FAA gives us, they come up with some new thing 2 hours later. And it's just how you want to define it. Now, my guess is, so and you tell me if I'm wrong, you worked with MITRE and the FAA on what the definition should be. That was you and them working together to figure that out for our urgent safety recommendation. Then right after we release it, they say, ooh, that makes us look bad, I guess. So they redefine it themselves and decide they should go with 600 feet lateral, 200 feet vertical to come up with 5.
So they changed the definition so they don't look as shitty as they are. Like,
yep. I think we both actually covered that part. I think you and I actually said something similar.
But it's one thing for us to think about it and come up with our own opinions. It's another thing for the chairwoman of this investigation
to point it out to him,
to literally say it.
Yeah.
She has literally, and this is why I love this woman, because what I'm thinking and things that I'm like, I'm not sure if that makes sense. A couple minutes later, she's like,
yeah, she's holding people accountable because that right there proves a point that there's a absolute breakdown of communication and people are making shit up just to get a little step ahead so they can actually do what they're supposed to do.
This goes to my larger issue in 2026 of people changing the definition of words to fit what they want them to mean instead of what they actually mean. Watering down definitions, changing words, changing parameters, moving goalposts to fit your narrative versus what shit is actually supposed to mean. And I'm sorry, Chairwoman Hamidi, if you ever see this video, I froze your face I apologize.
Yeah, and Chairwoman Hamidi, Hubba, if you ever come to the United Kingdom of Warriors, i.e. Wales, let us know and I'll come pick you up and I will take you out for a proper coffee. wife permitting, of course.
Yeah, I was gonna say talk to you because
Yeah.
we had this conversation earlier today. Happy wife, happy life.
Yes. Yeah. And as you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, I am still alive. Oh God.
Yes,
No, but
nothing new is changing definitions in government. We saw that several times with the CDC definitions in 2020. That we did.
Yeah.
That we did. However, it's one thing for like a layperson like me or Spawn. Don't take this the wrong way, but in regards of like a CDC, FAA, and NTSB issue, a foreigner, to point out something that is wrong with our country. It's another thing for someone inside the government as the head of an investigation being like, this is fucked up.
But I mean, wait, hang on. Why am I being used as a fucking scapegoat? No, let me just.
Well,
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Me as a
I'm joking.
layperson.
I'm joking. I'm just saying that, like, if a person, right? Okay, if we go into that, if a person from somewhere around the world that is not from the United States can pick up on issues that are going on in a specific department of the government in the United States because of accidents or incidents that could have been avoided, but then and then someone from like the Europe or Scandinavia turns around and says, well, there was a breakdown of communication. Why aren't they dealing with that? I can see your point, but at the same time, if other people are picking up, why aren't people who actually live in the country, who actually work in that environment?
Well, example A, she is, which I can.
No, she is. She is.
Yeah, but here's my thing. They've been making recommendations to the FAA, which is part of the Department of Transportation. I'm wondering if, because she said that this current Secretary of Transportation has actually helped
proactively do something.
Maybe. Well, she made a comment yesterday that really stuck with me. When your first week on the job, something like this happens,
Yeah.
it tends to stick with you, and you tend to be a little bit more active.
So basically, the lady who's in charge of transportation, she's then proactive in this. Then I believe, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm hoping instead of just giving the recommendations to the FAA, she will be able to have a sit down with Sean Duffy, our current Secretary of Transportation, and work from the top down instead of the bottom up.
Right, that's exactly what you need. You need and kudos to her. She's doing the job that other people probably don't have the man sausage or the coconuts or the spine to do.
Yeah,
you need someone to hold them responsible.
And Jeff says a lot of people walk around with blinders on when it comes to things that are important. Yes, because a lot of people can't see past the end of their own nose. And when you change the status quo, people get mad. Yeah. Even if the status quo absolutely sucks, when you change the status quo, people get pissed.
Well, we know about noses. Well, we know someone who knows about noses quite a lot.
Any sit down is ridiculous. Not with this administration, she had mentioned this administration and this current Secretary of Transportation actually being active. The case that I'm covering where Brigada v. the Department of Transportation, where a air traffic controller actually sued the Department of Transportation because the job requirements changed, and he was in the pipeline for like the college program to be hired as air traffic control, and then they changed the program to hire more, as he put it in the lawsuit, more non-white males. That started in 2014. That did not go to arbitration, or no, that went to mediation. That did not go to mediation until March of 2025. Interestingly enough, Sean Duffy was the Department of Transportation Secretary in 2025. So he might have had something to do with that. Because even through Trump's first administration, that lawsuit was still there and didn't really go anywhere but people bitching at each other.
Well, this is just for interjection. I just thought Now, Devil fan, I totally understand what you're saying, and I totally understand what Squid's saying and everything else. But here's my argument to this: if people don't sit down, right, how many more lives need to be lost due to negligence, due to lack of communication, due to lack of having the equipment? May it be the DLD or may it be whoever else? How many people have to lose their lives for this? And then also on top of that, okay, what if people start noticing, like people, okay, some people are like sheep, other people aren't. What happens if people start deciding, you know what? I don't think flying around here is safe. I'm going to use trains, boats, freaking cars, whatever. And they decide not to fly. That means companies like air companies or charter companies and airlines will start losing money. Then they'll start getting onto the government. The government will go, well, we can't do anything. Then the airlines are going to go, yes, you can. You can actually start fixing what you're supposed to fix 20, 30 years ago. And then you'll have a chain reaction. And the only way that's going to happen is if you sit down with people and Pete was so busy pretending to breastfeed when he was a transfer. That is so wrong in so many different ways, and I've just pictured
It's not
it. But at the end of the day,
it's not inaccurate. Pete Buttigieg posted pictures of him wearing some like weird chesticle thing with milk in it.
what's wrong with that?
He's a dude.
It doesn't matter if a man wants to. If the lady has gave him some ammunition, then you put that on, and then it keeps the baby quiet, and you're feeding the baby, and instead of giving them a bottle, or if they're naturally nursing, you just go, oh, come on, let's stay on topic, shall we?
It's just not natural. It's
But
just weird.
but the thing is, it sitting down with people who actually do care, like this lady here cares. She wants something done. You can that you can tell.
Yep.
So if you get 2 or 3 people like that who have got authority and a bit of clout, things will get done. Heads will roll for sure. I mean, we saw the last time the NTSB and the FAA, the way they behaved and acted, they were throwing everyone else and each other under the bus. But that was a freaking great atmosphere to sit in on that one.
Yeah, we're gonna get started on this again.
Yeah, go for it.
So is that correct?
Well, Chairwoman Hamidi, I will be honest and say staff was never able to determine the exact source of where that 5 near misses quote came from, in spite of requesting that explicitly. We have some ideas about what it could represent, but to be honest with you, we never got the clear response from FAA about the source of that 5 near misses quote.
I was wrong. I should have set the over under on how many times the FAA was going to be thrown under the bus today. I should have an FAA bus counter.
We have a bingo card or something. Those bingo cards.
I'm loving this though, because the FAA has needed their feet held to the fire for a long time, and this in my lifetime is the first time. This is one of the first times that I've truly paid attention to every step of the process. Every step of the process. But
who's that Catherine Wilson?
Catherine Wilson, she was I can't remember what her credentials are. I have to look in the docket. But she has been she was a large portion of questioning that happened to the panel of guests from the FAA and stuff like that was done by her back in July.
I thought I recognized her.
Yeah. Like this whole panel right here is all the same people that were there in July. They're just rearranged.
Okay, yeah. I thought I recognized, yeah.
So I have to tell you, and we're gonna get into this, but Dr. Price, right before our hearing, actually maybe 2 months before, a month and a half before the hearing, I got calls from staff saying, we need your help. I can't get information out of the FAA. We need data, we need help. Can you help us? I weighed in several times. We finally got a response. Then you, Dr. Price, my staff, and Mr. Lauren Groff You all participated in a phone call with FAA. FAA, you said, this is the information we need. FAA said, okay, put it in writing and we'll get it to you. This is the agreement on what we'll provide. So you put it in writing and the response was?
In some cases, we were told that our requests were out of scope.
Well, in this specific request, they basically told you no.
In this specific request, we were given some information about near mid-air collisions, but it didn't match the number 5. So that was the source of the confusion there.
But there was a response from Matt Kabeck that I have in writing that says after they agreed to provide you information that they responded and said no.
I think I know what you're referring to. And that was an instance where we had gotten some data from the ASIAS program and we had additional follow-up questions about that. And then as a result of that, we were told that we needed to request that data directly from the air traffic organization. And we followed up and did that. And we were told that the air traffic organization would not duplicate work that had already been done by ASIAS.
Even though part of the request was an additional parameter that you gave them?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not a duplicate?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think many people would understand that the military has unique missions and demands that necessitate deviations from what might be standard or accepted in the commercial world. A proper comprehensive safety management system should not be one of those things. As well documented by our team in their presentation, neither the Army's Safety Management Information System nor their Safety and Occupational Health Management System individually or combined comprise an acceptable SMS. I have relentlessly beat the drum of SMS across multiple modes of transportation and organizations since I arrived here at the NTSB. And I truly believe that the military should be no different on this one. The core pillars of SMS are intentionally broad concepts that can be adapted to any operation. In particular, any operator regularly conducting flights in Class B or other congested airspace should have an SMS to properly manage their risk. Our airspace is only as safe as its weakest aircraft or least safe aircraft or organization. Dr. Price, I got a question or two for you, and maybe somebody else might want to jump in on this too, I don't know. As you mentioned, the Army Safety and Occupational Health Management Systems included some elements of what's similar to an ICAO SMS components. While that is true, is it also true that this program was not a standalone for the Army aviation battalions?
Member Graham, I'd like to ask if Dr. Bramble would address that question.
Yes, you're correct. Aviation was just one application of many of their safety and occupational health management system.
Okay. What other categories of potential hazards or other than aviation safety were included in this program?
There was a wide variety, including tactical, off-duty, automotive, many things unrelated to aviation. There were 14 different areas, I believe.
My question is, do you think they should have a different reporting system for each, well, under the same SMS umbrella, but have a different
No,
category?
Keep it simple, stupid. KISS.
Well,
Keep it simple.
Well, are they all getting mixed up together and not being handled correctly because the keep it simple, stupid people are stupid and are letting things fall through the cracks because they're having to do the work of dividing things into aviation, or is there a database that does it for them? Because we're in 2026, we should have technology that should be able to divide things into categories for us. But it feels like the Army is, I understand the keep it simple, stupid, but we have really stupid people who are like.
The biggest issue is the communication between R&D and the battalion commanders or the commander of the Army. Like every unit,
That's my hair.
right? They have you got your HQ all the way down to your company commands and everything else. And if one side is not communicating,
I have a feeling I'm gonna get a screenshot about this because she has my hair. Let go. Let go. Let go. Owie.
That's one of the biggest issues, that it doesn't matter how modern your military is, it's how far back they are in regards of regulations and training and skill fade training and everything else. And having if you're gonna and also changing the tests, instead of having open book tests, is that people literally have to know the answer.
Where are you going? What happened?
She's gonna go and get a brush and brush your hair for you.
Oh no, she's not. She hates the
2
brush.
hours later, Squid is scalped.
Ow, I feel like it. Girl, she pulled out a huge chunk of my hair. All right, we're gonna get started with this again.
I'm not going to say that those aren't important. They are. They are important for each unit. But I think what became abundantly clear during the course of this investigation is that the Army aviation safety cannot simply be lumped in with all of those other elements. Is it true that the Army's Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council, which met biannually to review, among other things, workplace safety hazard logs, work-related illness and injuries, civilian case incidents, worker compensation costs, and installation hazard abatement?
Yes.
And while these biannual meetings could also cover covered items directly related to aviation safety, can you share why this does not meet the level of what you would expect to see through like an aviation safety action program or a FOQA program or in the granddaddy of them all, the ASIA system?
Sure. I mean, I guess the first difference would be that it's integrated with the command structure and run by the commander. And in the case of an event review committee or something like that, you'd have sort of the safety and QA folks working it independently and advising management. Secondly, those types of committees in commercial aviation tend to have much better data streams, such as FOQA data, LOSA, ASAP, that sort of thing.
They had they had an employee reporting system, is that correct?
Yes, they had 2 different ways that reports could be submitted.
And were there many reports to look at?
No, in the case of occupational hazard reports, there hadn't been any received by the brigade in the last year. And in terms of the Aviation Safety Management Information System near-miss reports, there have been 5 from the 12th Aviation Battalion, 3 wildlife strikes, 1 case for a crankshaft left open on the ground, and 1 off-duty report.
What benefits do you believe the Army would gain from having a standalone, fully resourced SMS program dedicated to aviation safety, which they don't have today?
Well, they would likely have better resources, better focused, aviation-focused analytic capabilities, better data streams, and a better focus on identifying weak.
Do you know what's just dawned on me?
What?
You know when we get deployed and we go on exercise and everything else,
Yeah.
right? And we have our JTACs and air traffic control.
Yeah.
The military have their own JTAC. Hello, sweetheart. We've got our own JTAC and our own aircraft controllers. So what I can't understand, why don't they just put military air traffic controllers into the ATCs to support and assist the ATCs? If they've got military flights going around there, that would basically take away any of the pressure and the lack of communication.
Because that would require 2 different entities working together and somebody's ego not taking over.
Okay, well, we'll throw that one back in the bin then.
That's my only.
Yeah, no. There's me thinking, oh shit, I've got a good idea here, and then pow. No, but I get it. I get it. I get it. You put 2 egos in one room, yeah.
The Army air traffic controllers and.
Well, it doesn't have to be Army. It could be Navy. It could be Air Force.
Navy air traffic controllers wouldn't step foot in that tower.
Say again?
Navy air traffic controllers have a very specific.
Okay, well, if they put the ATC on like a platform that rolls left to right and up and down, and sort of they'll be happy then, won't
they? Working air traffic control on something that floats and moves at 30 knots plus has a way of making your ego just a little bit bigger than everybody else's.
Yeah. I can't believe Devil Fan just called Paul Paula.
Not the only person. Gail did it yesterday too.
Carry on. Sorry.
Did you see the pinned comment?
No.
I said Paul Amos, not Paula. His last name starts with an A. That's it. I pinned the comment, Paul, just for you.
Oh, snap.
It's Devil Fan. You're not alone. You're not the only person that's done it. but I
Yeah.
say Paul quite consistently and nobody catches it, which is one of the things where I joke that I talk but nobody listens to me. That's one of the things that I talk but nobody listens to me.
Well, that's what I do sometimes when we talk about stuff like this. I just sit there and go into like some sort of drooling coma. I'm joking.
I know I don't need to pin it. I just found it hilarious to pin it. I can
Right.
unpin it. Angel, you are literally putting yourself right here and then complaining that you don't have any room. That's a you problem, little one. I love her, but she's putting herself in between my chair and my desk, which is only like 6 inches and then, or 5 inches, and then wondering why she doesn't have any space and then complaining to me that she doesn't have any space. It's like, we're going to have to figure this out the hard way. You know, shouldn't all air traffic controllers be military trained? There was a program, not military, but where it was like a college pipeline. And in 2014, a committee focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion determined that, according to the lawsuit, that there were too many people that were pale and male. The demographics of air traffic controllers were not up to what this DEI panel wanted, so they changed how they started hiring people. What that has done 12 years later, not really sure, but that is a lawsuit that I was covering. It's currently in mediation, so you can take of that what you will. Well, we're just gonna leave it at that.
Signals of latent risks in the system that represent low probability, high consequence accidents, the kinds of complex system failures we're talking about today.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bramble.
Member Inman.
So I want to go to the, actually in the safety data group chairs analysis report, we indicated that the aviation risk identification and assessment, or the ARIA system, was designed specifically to identify air traffic operations that represent potential safety risks, even if operations are technically deemed compliant. We received testimony, I think, from the FAA Eastern or Safety Group for the Eastern Service Area that ARIA looks at the interaction of aircraft, so how they are moving towards each other, and generates a report. I think we looked at, I believe, 874 of those just between 2022 and 24. To what extent did the ATO use this risk and this data to understand prior to the mid-air collision what was going on?
Thank you. The ATO was using ARIA, as you specified. They were reviewing on a case-by-case these 874 events that they referred to as preliminary ARIA reports. The system itself would generate something for them to review when aircraft came within a certain proximity. An algorithm would feed a report to them for review. They had quality assurance teams that would conduct those reviews and assess. And what we found was that their assessments were largely through the lens of compliance. So they were looking to see if there was any kind of lack of compliance, and if there was, they would categorize it, and if not, they would categorize it into another category. Interestingly, within that set of 874, none of them had been identified as being near mid-air collisions, even though we knew from other sources during that time period that pilots had made those reports. So that was what made us concerned and feel that there needed to be other ways of looking at these data in a systematic way, and we've made proposed recommendations that we think can address that.
It's interesting to use that word. Is in your opinion, or just what you viewed, is the FAA more interested in enforcement or safety?
Well, and with respect to these data, I do think that the ATO in particular was looking at some of these data through more of the compliance lens. The FAA certainly has the capability to look at data in a more holistic way. We do have evidence that, for example, the ASIAS program is doing that and that it is being done. I don't want to say that it's not being done, but in this instance, with these particular types of data, we did feel like they weren't looking at it in kind of an aggregate or big picture risk focus, but rather a compliance-based way.
I think that's a nice way of saying it, probably. But I would offer again the same thing.
It's a
Are we going
nice
to
way
5
of
years
saying
from
it.
now be saying we're seeing something that the data was there again? Because it seems like every 2 or 3 years, it's almost whack-a-mole. We continually go back and say, oh, they're looking at it, they're trying, and then we just come back and we have another incident.
Well, one of the recommendations that staff has proposed has to do with asking FAA to establish a standard measure of close proximity, making that public, and then creating a database so that all of the stakeholders can have access to those data so that people can conduct analyses and be aware of these types of events.
So is it the
I like that. Standardize. I like standardization as far as definitions across government entities. A close call is anything within 100 feet, let's just say 100 feet vertical and horizontal. It's not obviously what I think the standardization should be. It's just easily said. But now somebody in DC or somebody in California, Arizona, Texas, Wisconsin, wherever has that same exact criteria and definition. Put it all in a database on a website where any American or anybody actually can just go to this website and look at how many of these incidents have been reported in any city in the last 10 years.
public's responsibility or is it FAA's?
Well, we would certainly expect FAA to analyze those data, but because those data are available and can be public, there are a lot of different stakeholders who are interested in this, and having that data available to a wide range of people is one way to ensure that it can be, there can be transparency and can be looked at.
When you have something transparent, it's my view that when something is transparent, it's a lot harder to be manipulated. You can't change the definitions when 330 million people have access to that same data. And if the data changes, people can be like, something's wrong here. You manipulated something. Explain yourself. Versus when there's no transparency, you can manipulate definitions, numbers, things like that, and nobody's none the wiser. And then you publish, oh, there's only been 5 incidents. Well, what's your criteria? And when did your criteria change? And why did your criteria change? There needs to be standardization across the entire country.
Let me ask, I guess, a different way. I'm kind of curious because we can go through this report and a lot of different things. If you could change one thing at the FAA today and make everyone safer, what would you do? I'm not trying to lead you into a question, Dr. Price. I'm just interested in your opinion.
Well, sir, I think everyone at this table would have an idea of what they would want to do. I am a safety data person. So, I would like to see better sharing of safety data information, better analysis of safety data information, and the recommendations that our group has proposed in this area, we hope can move forward in that, because then it can allow for better foresight and better prediction of risk in the system.
AKA a nice way of saying we've put in these recommendations. We hope the FAA actually does what we recommend and not says, well, we don't think they're appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about sharing of data, which you mentioned with external stakeholders. Can you talk about that a little bit? First, how does NTSB get its data?
Chairwoman Tomini, there's a variety of different ways we get data. We own some data. We are the shepherds or the stewards of some aviation data. We access publicly available data. We can request from FAA lots of different kinds of data. And there are some sources of data that are proprietary. For example, as I mentioned, the ASAP and ASAP voluntary reporting systems and the FOQA systems that are part of the ASIS program that are proprietary, and we have a special agreement memorandum of understanding with FAA, and there are certain situations where we may request those data.
Some data systems that FAA have, we still pay for.
That is correct. That is correct.
Instead of the sharing of data. So how about industry? How does industry get, say, the commercial airlines, how would PSA get information from FAA?
Well, PSA, as many airlines, are members of the ASIS program, which is a collaboration between industry well, it's a collaboration among many stakeholder groups that's managed by a third party that brings information together and allows them access to it. So that's one way that PSA and many operators get safety data.
Some of the criticism of that, though, is that it's outdated and old by the time they get it.
Well, we were told in this investigation that there were lags between when they were contributing data and when they could see that data. And so,
How
yes,
long?
Sometimes 3 months.
How about the Army? Do they get the data?
3 months. Holy crap.
We asked Army about their use of FAA data. Before the accident, they did not routinely request data from FAA. In the public hearing, they said that they were interested in starting that practice, and we queried them again recently, and we do know that they have made some outreach efforts to FAA. We know that there has been some conversation about them becoming participants in the ASIAS program. I think there have been some challenges with that. And again, I think some of the recommendations that staff is proposing, we hope will help to foster that type of sharing.
Did the FAA ever give the Army data?
To the best of my knowledge, no, they did not.
Okay.
And
Once
we'll
again,
get to
FAA problem.
Well, what are the big?
Once again, FAA problem. Even the Army, who I have my own issues with right now in regards to them not giving their pilots and maintainers information about their aircraft not being in proper working order. That's a whole, as a military maintainer, that irks me. And I feel like every maintainer, every pilot, every air crew should be super pissed when they heard that information. Whether they got that information yesterday, like the public, or whether they were privy to that information back in July or August when all these hearings were. I'd be livid if I was an Army pilot, because now you're telling me my ADSB is not working like I think it's working. You knew about it, didn't either fix the problem or tell me, which put not only my life, but other people's lives at risk. Because why? Money? AT1, how are you? Speaking of my aviation expert, one of the many. So, Spawn, AT1 actually let us know not only his naval aviation experience, but his education when he got out of the military. He is a very highly educated man. Highly educated. So
Okay.
when he talks, I used to listen because I knew his background in the military, but now when he talks, it's like, oh, you have multiple degrees in structural engineering, and yeah.
Was he here when I had that idea about ATC,
I don't
military?
think so.
Ask him. Go on, repeat it to him. In Americanese.
Planes for less. Yeah. AT1, can you give a quick synopsis on your background again? And Spawn, can you summarize what you said, because you can do it in much quicker and a much more
basically AT1, what I was saying, okay, is deploying members of the air traffic control or JTACs to civilian aircraft, ATCs, to support and to basically take on the responsibility for any military aircrafts that specifically, like near Washington, you've got Marine One, you've got civilian helicopters. I think that if they would actually be in the ATCs, working with the civilian ATC sides, half of these issues wouldn't have occurred in the first place.
She pulled my hair, and now my hair is now my scalp is like sensitive in that spot where she pulled, because she pulled the hair right where my scar is. So like, I'm like testy now. But it's not structural. It's electrical and computer engineering. But I worked on radar. He worked on anti-radar. We're opposite. So I think it's a decent idea if you can keep people's egos in check, which might be possible for some, might not be for others. However, we're going to get back to this because Chairwoman Hamidi is on fire. Fire. And for those of you who are just joining us, this is the afternoon of yesterday's hearing or public meeting for the FAA on the DCA collision. Please hit that like button and share this out. I have a background in aviation as far as military aviation. I've also have a background in civilian aviation. My spouse has a degree in aeronautical engineering and currently works in civilian aviation for 20 plus years now. We've got it. My mom worked for airlines. Like, aviation runs in my family. With that being said, we're going to get back to this. Please hit the like and share. Appreciate y'all.
Biggest barriers, I guess, to that information sharing.
Well, I think that some of the barriers that we identified was that there wasn't a common language of sharing some of this information. So there wasn't kind of a common language. We also just found that some parties, as we mentioned, as we just alluded to, didn't have access to some of the data sources. And in some cases weren't even aware of it. And I think another barrier that we saw was that even though there was this kind of ongoing stream of reports coming in, that those individual reports, those NEMAC reports, those ASAP, ADSAP reports weren't leading to the questions and looking at things in a bigger scale, looking at kind of is this a system approach? And I feel like that linkage was also kind of missing.
Okay, one more question on the data side. Can I ask Mr. Groff a question?
Certainly.
Hey, Lauren. You and I have talked about this, that there are some concerns with an over-reliance on AI by FAA, that there are some challenges there, that if that they've got to be careful on the use of AI to pick up trends to make sure it doesn't discount some reports. Can you just talk about some potential benefits you could get from the use of AI to help them identify trends, but then also some potential downsides?
Sure, thank you for that. There was some discussion even in the investigative hearing on use of AI. The term is widely used to include a lot of kind of algorithmic computer process. And so what is it that you're actually talking about when someone says AI as a question? And I think in this case, it is being used. FAA is using it in some cases when they have large volumes of pilot reports to make sense of them, categorize them and group them, and it directs attention there. I think one of the things, even the ARIA system could be considered to be AI. I think what we saw here was in some cases was not really understanding what was represented. So there really does need to be a human understanding of what all of these things mean together. So if you're looking to a computer system to give you the answer and kick out the answer, I think that would be problematic if it would be that type of an application. It really does need a human understanding and review to trust what they're getting out of it. And so it may be that if there's any loss of true understanding of what those events mean, that could be problematic. So pluses and minuses.
Yeah, thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just amazed about the amount of data the FAA Air Traffic Control Organization had, and it sure doesn't seem like they were doing anything with it. Was the FAA aware, or had they been made aware of the risk of a mid-air collision near DCA along Route 4 and the approach path to runway 33 prior to the accident?
Member Graham, I think the answer to that is yes. There were safety reports, and there was also the work of the helicopter working group that had raised these issues as a concern.
Yeah, I agree. It was there. I think it was there. People were telling them it was there. One of the things that struck me as I read through the multitude of data the FAA had available to them was now nearly every subjective data reporting mechanism was inconsistent with the objective data source events surrounding DCA. For example, I want to draw attention to the discrepancy between ADSAP program for air traffic controllers and the ASAP program for pilots. Over a nearly 4-year period from February 2020 through October 2024, more than 16,000 ASAP reports were filled or were filed related to DCA. That's from the pilots, including 85 specifically concerning close calls between airplanes and helicopters. Yet, somehow over nearly a 12-year period, 3 times as long, from January 2011 through August 2023, only 520 ADSAP reports were filed related to DCA. Of those, just 26 contain information on close calls between airplanes and helicopters. To put those numbers in perspective, pilots at DCA were filing nearly 18 ASAP reports annually regarding close calls between airplanes and helicopters, and controllers at a DCA were only filing 2 per year. I'm going to ask Mr. Soper this. With regard to the discrepancy between ASAP and ADSAP programs uncovered during this investigation, what do you believe is the reason for air traffic controllers identifying significantly fewer close calls than the pilots?
Thank you for the question. So in air traffic control, there is a little bit of a difference. So that metric could be a little deceiving. And that's because in air traffic, we also have, well, you've heard mentioned a couple of times, mandatory occurrence reports, which are requirements for air traffic control to submit. Losses of separation would be one of those things. Near mid-air collisions would be one of those things. Runway incursions would be one of those things. The list goes on. So we looked at, I believe it was 10 years, and Jana, please correct me if I'm wrong, like 10 years worth of data approximately, and they had 170,000 plus mandatory occurrence reports at DCA that were reported by air traffic control. So for air traffic controllers, they may not file an ADSAP based on a report, especially if they've already reported it via mandatory occurrence report, because they feel they've met a reporting requirement and they don't take the time to go to actually do an ADSAP on top of it.
So that sounds like a problem with too many places to report. Once again, my problem with big government. Too many places to do too many things to hide too many pieces of paper. They reported it, so they think they're good because they reported it. But they reported it to one system and not the other. And that's now a problem. It's just, we're never going to get like a right and 100% answer. But this goes back to my problem with like large government and why I hate it, is because like working in big healthcare, for example, we're just going to use this as an example. Our reporting system or our documentation system, Epic, was epically large. And you could put something in somebody's chart and the next person come along and not see it because that's not where they put that information. It's not that what they were doing was wrong or what I was doing was wrong. There was just so many places to put information that things would get out of whack. And this is what happens when you have systems that are so large. And I translate what I know, medicine. I know aviation from my background another lifetime ago, but my degree and my career was outside of the military, was medicine, healthcare. So I'm just translating what other people might know to aviation. When you have so many places to put things, and it's somebody will be like, well, I reported that. Well, I documented that. Well, I didn't see it. Well, you didn't look in the right area. That becomes a problem because that's how things fall through the cracks. It happens in medicine quite frequently, not because any one person is particularly doing things wrong. It's just when you have multiple places in someone's chart to record the same things, one person might look at one area for that information and I might look at a different area. We're both looking for the same information and we're both looking in a place where it could be documented correctly. We're just not looking in the same area. That's my problem with all these different databases for safety. The controllers think they documented it right and did it the right way, and they don't see the point in doing another report on top of it, but those two data systems don't talk to each other. So now you have controllers reporting stuff, but pilots never see it because it's not in the same reporting system as where pilots report their stuff. If it sounds confusing, it's because it is.
Is it difficult to do an ASAP report?
No, I would say it's not difficult to do one. They make
Is
it
there a
very easy.
reluctance?
No, well, from our investigation here at DCA, none of them displayed a reluctance or said that they had a reluctance. They felt free to file, and they did. They did file the reports.
Was there any fear of retaliation for reporting in any way close calls?
Not according to our interviews. They didn't feel a fear of retaliation for reporting in an ADSAP.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that's all I have right now. I'll wait for the next round.
Member Inman?
I'm actually, I think I've done with my questions, and so can I pass until we get to the last round? Okay, because I do have a couple of last minute things.
I'll pass. I like these panel
Dr.
people.
Bramble? Dr. James Reason talks about 5 components of a positive safety culture. Reporting culture, just culture, flexible culture, learning culture, informed culture. Do you believe the FAA had a reporting culture? And let me, just for everybody watching, a reporting culture is a culture where staff feels, this is per Dr. James Reason, feels safe and confident reporting safety concerns, near misses, and errors without fear of blame.
I should probably defer this question to Dr. Wilson.
So in some regards, we believe that at the facility level, there was a reporting culture. Controllers did indicate that they felt comfortable submitting ATSAP reports, and management also said that they had an open door policy, and controllers said that they felt comfortable going to their managers if they had a safety concern. At a more global level, at the ATO, we do not believe that there was a reporting culture. As was mentioned in Dr. Price's presentation, some staff did feel that there would be retaliation for reporting safety concerns. We had multiple people who wanted to share information with us but didn't feel comfortable until they were closer to retirement because they were afraid of retaliation. We obviously had the issue at the public hearing, our investigative hearing, where we felt like management might have been influencing the testimony of some of our witnesses. So in some aspects, yes, and some aspects, no.
In fact,
Management influencing the testimony of some of their witnesses. Oh my God. The fact that she said that out loud, provide this woman with personal security, because when we started today, I made a joke about how many times the Army was going to be thrown under the bus. I knew there were problems in the FAA. You could see it from 1,000 miles away. However, I did not expect the NTSB to be this open and honest about how much the FAA sucks. Yes. And this right here. Reporting without follow-up and action accomplishes nothing. The entire point of analytical reporting is supposed to be for specific purpose and result. Yeah, and the problem is just your average controller, although the average controller has a very important job, they don't have the power or control to change things at an organizational level. They can report it, but also they can't, nothing will be done about it, and it's not within their power or job description even to change it. They might know what needs to be done, but they don't have the power to physically do it. And that's the problem, is they can tell you all the safety stuff. Their managers can tell you, hey, we don't have a problem with them reporting. We report it up. And then when it gets to above the management level, what happens to it then? Nobody seems to give a shit.
we couldn't get some people absolutely refused to testify or even be interviewed on the record. One person in particular went to a friend of mine at the FAA to call me to ask if he could meet with me because he wasn't comfortable talking to anybody else. It's inappropriate for me because I'm not an investigator, but I was able to connect through that intermediary. I don't even know the person's name who came forward, but with Mr. Soper and Ms. Lewis, because they were afraid. People who testified, they were afraid. I mean, and I'll ask Mr. Soper if you can comment on that.
It's one of the reasons they look so unhappy to be there.
They were afraid of retaliation.
We did have several. Now, just wanted to differentiate, not people that were actually at the facility in this case, but yes, we had, I had at least three that I felt were key concern personnel that absolutely refused to testify.
Including all our witnesses that were concerned.
Yes, the witnesses that we did get were very concerned.
How about the reporting culture at the Army?
It was not robustly implemented at the unit level.
How about just culture? Just culture in ATO. Just culture means an atmosphere of trust where people are encouraged to report essential safety-related information, but clear lines are drawn between acceptable and unacceptable behavior.
Again, I think at the facility level for controllers, they were encouraged to report ATSAP reports, but we do know that following this event, managers were reassigned. As Dr. Price mentioned in her presentation, following some mandatory report occurrences that occurred, they were told not to report them because it might make the facility look bad. Mm-hmm. And then again, just those hesitant to talk to us, I think goes to show that there was not the just culture.
Just culture at the Army.
We did not find that to be a problem at the unit level in the Army.
Flexible culture, do you mind if I finish the 5? Yeah, flexible culture. Culture that can adapt effectively to changing demands and when necessary shift from normal hierarchies to a structure that relies on expertise. ATO.
I think we found that the ATO did not adapt to recommendations, concerns over near mid-air collisions in the DCA area.
Flexible culture, Army.
I think that the safety assurance system was not nimble enough to specifically look at some of the risks in the DC airspace.
Informed culture, an organization that collects and analyzes relevant data and actively disseminates safety information to the workforce. ATO.
Again, as Dr. Price mentioned, with the safety assurance process, we definitely found failures with that. ATO failing to share information with parties that were involved in some of these occurrences, and also, on a broader sense, failing to identify the mid-air collision risk.
Army.
This was definitely a weakness. They lacked information about the frequency of near mid-air collisions between their helicopters and other aircraft in the airspace, and they were unaware of the prevalence of maximum altitude exceedances among their helicopters.
And they could have gotten through flight data monitoring.
Correct.
Informed culture, an organization that collects and, oh wait, did I do that one? Learning culture, an organization capable of learning from its mistakes, analyzing data and making necessary improvements, ensuring staff understand SMS. ATO.
Again, numerous times, helicopter working group brought recommendations to the ATO, which were not acted upon, and those were ignored. We also had external compliance verification findings over multiple years that the ATO did not learn from.
Army.
I think they might have if they had been aware, but I think because they were not aware of these risks, they did not learn about them.
Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the FAA SMS. Just amazing. I think we found that there were some serious issues with their SMS, and we'll talk about those now, but it's the height of hypocrisy when a regulator expects operators it regulates to follow prescribed SMS regulations to the detail, but can't seem to come even remotely close to following its own, in this case, their own SMS. Let's start with safety risk management, which is the second pillar of an SMS. What did the SRM, safety risk management, entail at ATO?
The ATO did have safety risk management policies in place that we did find on several occasions. It was followed, particularly at the facility. Following the GAO noise study, there was a SRMP that was conducted in March of 2023, which revised some of the altitudes along the helicopter routes. However, we did also find that SRM wasn't typically used in response to issues identified through that were identified through the safety assurance process.
So they weren't doing them very often, were they?
It appeared to be dependent upon the issue.
Hit or miss, yeah. I've been part of one of those processes in my prior life, so. And let's talk about safety assurance. When safety assurance activities identify deficiencies, what actions should be taken according to the ATO's SMS?
I can take that.
Okay, thank you.
Safety risk management and safety assurance are considered sort of complementary activities. So safety assurance is really just monitoring safety performance indicators to ensure that the safety risk management is working as intended. So it would be sort of a feedback then if the safety assurance identifies performance that doesn't match the SRM, that it would feed back into the safety risk management process to reevaluate whether there was maybe hazards or risks that weren't properly assessed or controlled.
Didn't seem like that was happening very often. Yeah. Finally, let's talk about the fourth pillar at SMS, and I could talk about all the pillars, but we don't have enough time today. Safety promotion. What was that supposed to entail at the ATO?
Someone's not happy.
So safety promotion would be.
Who is not happy? Because there's a lot of people that aren't happy right now.
Just take it back about 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Okay, I had to get the littlest snack because we're 2 for 2
No.
with going
Yeah, that's no problem.
Oh, let's see.
All right, not too far, just about 10
Come on.
seconds back, 10, 15 seconds back. Right, yeah,
That
just
was
watch.
happening very often.
Watch these two on a
Let's
price
talk
and
about the
banning.
fourth pillar at SMS, and I could talk about all the pillars, but we don't have enough time today.
Keep an eye on them.
Safety promotion. What was that supposed to entail at the ATO?
So safety promotion would be focused on SMS training for personnel, disseminating safety lessons learned, And these actions would all foster a safety culture at the ATO.
We definitely saw some issues there, didn't we?
We did. We learned in the hearing that Mr. Fuller stated that there was no SMS training for ATO personnel. It was the expectation that management at the facility would have access to the manual and therefore be familiar with SMS because of that.
That's at the
How far did you
foundation.
go
Every
back?
employee is the safety officer.
15 seconds.
Okay, keep going.
Did I not go back far enough?
No, keep going. Hopefully you haven't missed it.
We probably missed it.
No, let it keep
They
going.
need to be trained on what their responsibilities are and their roles are. I don't get it. I know this is asking your opinion, but objectively, in our review of ATO's safety culture, did we find any evidence that it was a positive safety culture without actual or fear of retribution for employees who voluntarily reported safety concerns?
We don't have evidence that
Yeah, you
anybody
have
who
gone too far.
reported a safety concern via
gone
ATSAP.
forward now.
I didn't go far enough back, did I?
No, it's where he starts asking the question about the SMS.
Well,
So
it seemed
about-
like he was asking multiple questions about SMS. So I only went back 15
when
seconds.
he first started. So
So
hang
I
on a
didn't
minute.
go back far enough.
Well, go back a little bit further. When he starts talking, she finishes and then he starts talking.
Yeah. It might have been more than 15 seconds. She's playing it at a higher rate. There's that.
Oh yeah, good point.
So
Faced any retaliation.
I was gone longer than 15 seconds. So we'll go back a full.
SMS training for personnel, disseminating safety lessons learned,
A little bit more.
and these actions would all personnel. So
Safety promotion about the fourth pillar at SMS, and I could talk about all the pillars, but we don't have enough time today.
Right there.
Finally, let's talk
Keep-
about the fourth pillar at SMS, and I could talk about all the pillars, but we
Let
don't
it
have
play.
enough time today. Safety
And just
promotion,
watch
what
those
was
two.
that supposed to entail at the ATO?
So safety promotion would be focused on SMS training for personnel, disseminating safety lessons learned, and these actions would all foster a safety culture at the ATO.
We definitely saw some issues there, didn't we?
I saw
We
that.
did. We learned
So-
in the hearing that
Okay, I saw that. So it had to be farther back. Otherwise, you didn't see the same thing I saw.
Yeah, it must be because like okay, let me just explain it because we'll be here all day.
Because that's
Right.
that's what I was trying to say. Like he mentioned
Mr. Fuller's-
SMS multiple times.
Yeah,
so
yeah. But what I'm saying is when she finished her questions, the woman that Hemida,
Comedy.
yeah, her. When she finished, he then took over, and it was right at the beginning when he took over because yeah.
Ask if he could meet with me because he wasn't comfortable talking to anybody else. It's inappropriate for me because I'm not an investigator, but I was able to connect through that intermediary. I don't even know the person's name who came forward, but with Mr. Soper and Miss Lewis because
There.
they were afraid.
Them.
Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the FAA SMS. Just amazing. I think that we found that there were some serious issues with their SMS, and we'll talk about those now, but it's the height of hypocrisy when a regulator expects operators it regulates to follow prescribed SMS regulations to the detail, but can't seem to come even remotely close to following its own, in this case, their own SMS. Let's start with safety risk management, which is the second pillar of an SMS. What did the SRM, safety risk management, entail at ATO?
the ATO did have safety risk management policies in place that we did find on several occasions. It was followed, particularly at the facility. Following the GAO noise study, there was a SRMP that was conducted in March of 2023, which revised some of the altitudes along the helicopter routes. However, we did also find that SRM wasn't typically used in response to issues identified through that were identified through the safety assurance process.
So they weren't doing them very often, were they?
It appeared to be dependent upon the issue.
Hit or miss, yeah. I've been part of one of those processes in my prior life, so. And let's talk about safety assurance. When safety assurance activities identify deficiencies, what actions should be taken according to the ATO's SMS?
I can take that.
Okay, thank you.
Right, pay attention to
Safety
those.
risk management and safety assurance are considered sort of complementary activities. So safety assurance is really just monitoring safety performance indicators to ensure that the safety risk management is working as intended. So it would be sort of a feedback then if the safety assurance identifies performance that doesn't match the SRM, that it would feed back into the safety risk management process to reevaluate whether there was maybe hazards or risks that weren't properly assessed or controlled.
Didn't seem like that was happening very often. Yeah. Finally, let's talk
What do you
about the
think
fourth
about that
pillar,
body
SMS, and I
language?
could talk about all the pillars, but
Huh?
What do you think about that body language? That body language right there was freaking screaming.
These people got more on their minds than what they're saying.
Yes.
And they're
That
trying
there-
to be very they're trying to circumvent, just like yesterday when certain people were, when Chairman Hamdi asked a yes or no question and one of the members circumvented an answer by saying well, it seems, I can't remember exactly what was said, and she was like, no, I asked you. And it was like, and then he tried circumventing it again. It was like, no, I asked a yes or no question.
Mm.
And it seems like these people don't really want to give their answers because they're scared of retribution from the FAA because they have to work with these people.
Not just that, but like, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a body freaking expert. Like, yeah, wait, let me phrase that. Body language expert. I'm not. But one thing from experience with dealing with youngsters and who like to, lie through their teeth to try and get out of a job or shit like that, one thing I can tell, them two are shitting themselves. And they basically try to console each other by the looks they gave each other, because he looked at her, she looked at him, and like usually you would get like a facial expression or like, a little bit of a grin or a little bit something, but there was nothing.
Well, here's the thing. Like, body language is a weird, people get very all uppity about body language.
Yeah.
It's like, I look at body language like this. I can't tell if someone's lying or anything by looking at them because everybody has baseline tactics.
Yeah.
Of, I'll talk to you when I'm normal and then I'll talk to you when I'm stressed. And obviously when I'm stressed is different and you can tell. But not knowing me, you wouldn't know if that's my stress level or if that's just me because that's the first time you've seen me. However, there are some universal behaviors. You can tell by looking at someone, generally speaking, when they're angry, when they're sad, when they're happy. This is how I use body language. Like, you can tell there are universal, I think there's 5 of them. There's universal behaviors or body language. I can't remember the researcher who came up with it. I have his book. However, there's just universal. Like, you can tell when someone's angry. It's written all over their face generally. But like, you can tell when someone's happy. Like, this is body language right there. You can tell when someone's uncomfortable. That is body language. So when people say, oh, this body language isn't real, it's like, well, how do you know when someone's angry? Well, they do this. Well, they do that. Well, their voice gets louder. Well, their face turns red. Well, that's body language. All the unsaid stuff, that's body language.
Are you talking about Andy Walker, aka who talks about the 7-35-55 rule? It's basically 55 communication, body language, 38% with tone of voice, and 7% through spoken word.
It's not that, but it's along those same lines. I have an audio book of a person who wrote a different. Let's see. It's
4. You
Dale
got facial
Carnegie.
expressions, common gestures, body posture, and eye contact.
Yeah.
That's
It's
the
like
one
you can. It's one of those things of like body language to me when someone looks at a jury and is like, oh, this person's lying or like a witness. And you don't know that person from, if you've known that person for 20 years and you've talked to them when they're completely calm and normal, and then all of a sudden they start doing this, it's like, okay, there's probably something there that I would start to investigate. But
yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is that like that action there, I mean, like we saw that last time when we were like, when I pointed out, the guy, the CWO at the back and that, and the officers, when he turned around and looked at the CWO when he was talking, those two there, they're either afraid of something or they're hiding something, because that body language, that the way they looked at each other, I don't know. I don't know. That stood out basically for me.
I'm sure these people are cognizant that they're on camera, and that everything they are saying is being scrutinized, and that you also don't want to say more than you have to. I'm sure they have a lot more going on in their heads than what's coming out of their mouth. I'm pretty sure what their answers are highly filtered,
Yeah.
compared to what they want to say if they were in, a locker room talking to their friends. So there might be some of that too, but there are universal signs of when someone's uncomfortable or happy. It's like, so it,
Yeah, I mean, it's just something I know.
We don't have enough time.
Yeah. But we'll get back into this because we have 4 hours of
absolutely,
this hearing left.
Yeah, my
Time today.
apologies for.
Nope,
Safety
you're fine.
promotion. What was that supposed to entail at the ATO?
So safety promotion would be focused on SMS training for personnel, disseminating safety lessons learned, and these actions would all foster a safety culture at the ATO.
We definitely saw some issues there, didn't we?
We did. We learned in the hearing that Mr. Fuller stated that there was no SMS training for ATO personnel. It was the expectation that management at the facility would have access to the manual and therefore be familiar with SMS because of that.
That's at the foundation. Every employee is the safety officer. They need to be trained on what their responsibilities are and their roles are. I don't get it. I know this is asking your opinion, but objectively in our review of ATO's safety culture, did we find any evidence that it was a positive safety culture without actual or fear of retribution for employees who voluntarily reported safety concerns?
We don't have evidence that anybody who reported a safety concern via ATSAP faced any retaliation. But again, we did have several people who talked to us who said that they faced retaliation for raising safety concerns at the ATO.
So would it be fair to say that their SMS was nice on paper, but maybe not so nice in reality?
They did have an SMS manual, so they did have it documented. However, we did identify a number of deficiencies, and that is why we have a recommendation for their SMS to be evaluated.
And in your judgment, had the ATO followed their prescribed SMS with regard to what they knew about the risk around DCA before this accident, would that process have led them to enact mitigations that could have prevented this accident?
We'd like to believe that a properly implemented SMS would have identified this.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Good questions. Member Inman.
This is maybe our last round. Okay, so first off, the conversation was good. I appreciate it, Member Graham, Chairman. It reminds me of something actually of someone who just passed away. It was a great comment. When culture clashes with policy, culture always wins. That was Fred Smith at FedEx. I think it's a very apt quote. So I've done something every board meeting since I've been on the board. So I'm actually going to ask Deputy Managing Director Brian Curtis. I think it's important. Can you tell us how many current investigations we have ongoing or open at the NTSB?
Yes, currently across aggregate of all the modal offices, there are 807 open investigations.
Okay. And Mr. LeBaron, how many do we have open in aviation alone?
So presently we're at about 711. And to put that in perspective, we do about 1,200 a year.
Yeah. I only bring that up in that it's probably to be the last time that I'll have a little bit of opportunity to just before Chair do a closing statement. But I know this is tough on everyone, but there's a lot of other people that these investigators have to work and try to help. And I know whenever I was watching the board meetings, I started realizing quickly, not everyone gets the full board meeting, but there's still a lot of important work that's being done by our investigators and a lot of people, and especially victims' families that are out there hoping for answers. So I'm appreciative to the staff of that. It just helps us to remind it a little bit. And it also is, it's a reminder for me. I launched on 91 aviation fatalities last year. I did 13 family briefings and I am tired of doing them. And I'm sorry for you. Because the pages of these reports are written in your family members' blood. So with that, again, I'm sorry that we have to be here. I know we'll get into the final calls and a lot of things shortly, but hope this is helpful in what we've been doing and what we will do after tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. I do have a question though. Mr. McKinney and Dr. Bramble, maybe you as well. How would you describe your work and the willingness, your work with the Army throughout the investigation and their responsiveness to NTSB requests?
Generally, the cooperation was excellent. We received some delays later in the process, but by and large, they were pretty responsive.
The Army was excellent and responsive to work with, especially through the brigade. We had no problems getting the information we requested, and they rapidly provided us assets such as aircraft to do flight tests. So it was good experience, good working relationship with the Army at the tab level.
Mr. Banning, would you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I see Colonel Easter and Colonel Yeager, I believe, in the audience. And then we also worked with Colonel Parker. I thought it was an excellent working relationship. They provided us what we needed. I do want to thank Secretary Driscoll. We speak often. He was very responsive when we needed assistance, and I really appreciate that. Mr. Soper, maybe others who might want to, well, let's start with Bryce. Mr. Banning. How would you describe your work with the FAA throughout the investigation and their responsiveness to NTSB requests made of the ATO?
I think we are grateful for the FAA's role. We're grateful they did provide us a tremendous amount of data. We're grateful for their cooperation. However, there were some struggles that have already been stated. It is difficult when conducting an investigation to be told what is within the scope of your investigation. So
them telling us what is in and out of scope.
Yeah, that was problematic.
Whoa, yet again, mark it down on the bingo card or the throwing FAA under the bus again. The FAA is telling the NTSB what the scope of their investigation should be. Excuse me? Excuse me, what the actual F? Like, I don't know why this surprises me, but like National Transportation Safety Board, they are the ones doing the investigation. The FAA is just supposed to run shit.
Maybe this is probably one of the issues that is causing this.
And guess who's cutting a short of that and making sure that please, when I cut the short of him saying that, make it go viral, because everybody needs to see that the FAA is the freaking problem in this whole shit show.
It's like a lot of man sausage swinging going on.
No. It's people who don't have one acting like they do and then trying to measure it when they only, with a yardstick, when they only need a lipstick tube.
Very graphic, that put a very scary picture in my head there for a second.
Well, it's
no, don't pick one up. No.
It's people trying to think that they have this when they really have this.
Don't. Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, like this has been from the get-go, from the start.
Oh, this is not just this investigation. This is a culture problem within the FAA, and the FAA thinking they are it's the FAA thinking they run the show, and no, bitch, you are just a piece of the fucking puzzle.
I mean, this is like tap dancing through a fucking minefield blindfolded backwards. It's like they're throwing each other under the bus. They're putting hurdles up instead of actually like trying to sort something out where people lost their lives, especially young people who had their lives in front of them. Instead of, they should be freaking fighting each other to get the facts out there.
Well, the problem is if you get the facts out there, you have to take accountability that you're not a perfect person. And God forbid anybody in this world admit that they're not fucking perfect.
I'm perfect. I am the perfect specimen.
Bullshit.
Well, yeah, but I just felt like saying it because it sounded good at the time.
Thank you. 81 said it. The measuring device you're thinking of is a micrometer.
Oh, snap.
Yes, but Here, perfect representation. Or it's people that think they have this
Oh my fucking
are
God.
acting like they have this that really only have this.
I'm somewhere in between. I don't care.
Well,
It's not how big it is, it's how you use it.
yeah, but you can't get to England in a rowboat. Well,
Fucking
you
call me
can.
English one more time.
You might be able to, but you're a lot closer than we are. So
No. I tried to refuse to. No.
I know
No.
you refuse to go to England unless you have to, unless someone's dragging you by your toenails
Or-
upside down attached to a motorcycle.
Or paying me. No, but I mean it's like I
Perfect. I'm perfectly imperfect. Yes. I'm perfect enough to get me through my everyday life while being not imperfect enough to know that I'm not perfect.
anyone who turns around and says that they are 100% perfect are either delusional, they bang their head on the freaking door frame coming in or going out, or they live in a fantasy world, because no one is perfect. But however, when you start a job where your responsibility is the safety of other human beings in flying around in little tubes with wings, right? You have to be perfect. You have to know what you're doing. You have to be able to realize when you're making a mistake and you get someone to help. However, you get that ego, that bravado, like, oh, if I ask someone for help, I'll look like I don't know what I'm doing. All these things factor into this. There's so much.
Oh yes. No one wants to look weak. So everybody projects like they're this strong people, but when you project that you're this strong person and you're really not, and that causes you not to ask for help or advice, that causes way more problems than it should.
Yeah. It pisses me off because this is pissing me off because the thing is, not just the people on bat 25 on 25 lost their lives, but also those children or the instructors and the crew on that aircraft. And the thing is, it's like, oh yeah, let's find out the problem, but let's not think about why we're trying to find the problem, why we're not trying,
Yeah. And that's why I can appreciate this chairwoman is at the beginning. She was like, remember that we're talking about this in the context of 67 people losing their lives.
Hang on a minute.
Yes, on this channel, we do make some dark humor and we do.
Yeah. Like I've just been called a perfect arsehole by AT1.
Well,
It takes one to know one.
At least you're perfect at something.
Exactly. And I know
All
how
right,
to wipe my
let's
ass.
get back into it.
But we do appreciate their role, and they did provide us a tremendous amount of data.
Absolutely, we appreciate their role. However, there were a lot of data and information challenges and concerns on retaliation and everything else. I will say, I think it's very interesting that for all the data we requested and much of what we did not receive, you received a phone call on Friday, or email and emails from FAA asking, 2 different emails, I believe, did we have everything we needed and did we get all of our data requests answered on Friday?
Sounds familiar.
I wanted to interject, but I just wanted to let her finish because Friday was, looking at my calendar,
5 days ago, 6 days ago.
I'm just looking at the date compared to when this actually happened, the date. So this was, Friday was the 24th. 5 days short of 1 year. Because tomorrow will be 1 year. 5 days short of 1 year.
Time fucking flies.
And that just now asking if they got all their data. Some things just leave you so angry that you're just speechless.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the parents or relatives start throwing in lawsuits.
I would. I don't know if they're going to go anywhere because suing the federal government is like, suing the government is the damn near impossible and kind of difficult.
mean,
More than a
yeah.
typical lawsuit. However, I would still try.
That's ridiculous. 1 year later, 6 months of asking, actually, I think you all asked me to start weighing in back in May. Some of those questions never answered. And yet Friday, they ask. You're too late. We already figured it out ourselves.
How much do you want to bet that the FAA emailed the NTSB on Friday because they got pressure from above? Not because they took it of their own volition to ask, but because someone above them pressured them to make sure that the NTSB got all their data before today's hearing.
That
or
would not
yesterday's hearing.
surprise me one bit. With everything that I've heard and I've witnessed on these recordings, it would not surprise me one bit. It's actually disgusting, actually, the way they're dealing with this.
Friday data dump, a DC standard operating procedure. Yeah. Sad.
Okay. Well, any other questions? Nope. All right. Well, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back.
God, she's got nice eyes. Look at me again, madam.
Don't make me tell Mrs. Spawn on you.
You know I'm joking.
I know. I am too. But the sad part is some random person will see that and take that seriously.
No, but look, I mean, like, can you imagine sitting there and you got her looking right at you with those eyes? It's like, fucking hell, I want to go into a hole and disappear.
What's sad is that this video will only get like 150 views. Whereas talking about a psycho person on the internet will get me 1,500 to 2,000 views.
Yeah.
Whereas something that's super freaking important and needs to be discussed and everybody needs to fucking see this will only get 150.
Well, I mean, let me drop a really fucking nasty sentence then. Ladies and gentlemen, Ewoks, Wookiees, members of the public, just imagine you're on a receiving end of this because of a relative of yours or a loved one of yours was on an aircraft when this happened. How would you feel? You know, you've got every right to speak up, every right to know what's going on, and every right to have all the information. It's as simple as that. You know, a year. I mean, you know, I don't know.
And AT1, I was just joking about his missus, but I know there are weird people on the internet, and someone will see this and go, he's this, he's that. But there was a comment in my comment section the other day that said that your guest is much more tolerable than you. And I'm like, that's the first time that anybody's told me that.
Holy shit, really? Oh, well, thank you very much for the compliment.
I sent you that screenshot. Someone hates my guts, but said that your guest is so much more tolerable than you.
Yeah,
I was like, do you know how many people for so long have like said the opposite? Spawn talks over you. Spawn does this. I'm like, obviously, if when he talks over me or I talk over him, we don't care because we keep working together. So
yeah,
it's not a big deal to us. So
I just wish people would just fucking, you know, find a hobby or something, because at the end of the day, this is how we function. You know, we
talk to each other all the time.
Yeah. I mean, you cut me off earlier on and I just sat here and I was like, fuck.
Well, and sometimes I cut you off because I know you could go down a rabbit hole on a topic and we got to get back to a hearing. So sometimes I do it as a redirect, but none of us get mad at each other for doing it. We might go F you or I'll talk to you later, but like, it's whatever.
No,
but
I mean,
the people in the comment section taking it personally for either me or you is hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing though. What, like, first of all, right, like, my beautiful queen, we adore each other, and like there's anything on this planet that will change that. Second of all, you know, yes, we talk over each other, sometimes we're rude to each other, sarcastic, belittling and all that shit, but what do you expect from a 5 foot nothing? But when it comes to,
at least I show my face. I'm gonna restart this because I have to go check on my daughter because she's making some noises that are like, what are you getting into?
Off you pop.
So we are going to
off you go. Go on, off you go. I'll
get
take.
into this
I'll help these people enjoy the stream. Don't you worry about it.
I am gonna make this
All right,
1.3.
we are back in session.
She was hungry. I'll be back.
Mr. Curtis,
Okay.
will you please read the proposed findings?
Certainly, Chair. As a result of the investigation, staff proposes the following 71 new findings. Number one, the pilots of Flight 5342 were certificated and qualified in accordance with federal regulations. Number two, the pilots of Flight 5342 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Number three, review of the Flight 5342 pilot's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the pilots were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue. Number four, the pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief on board PAT 25 were qualified and current in their positions as designated by the unit commander in accordance with Army regulations. Number five, the pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief of PAT 25 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Number six, review of the three PAT 25 crew members' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the crew were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue. Number seven, the airplane was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with 14 CFR Part 121. The airplane operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the
Sorry,
airplane.
can you pause for a second?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, we're back to 7 and had flipped to 8. Go ahead. You're fine. Start at 7 and just the video, the screen was off.
Okay, I'm sorry. Number seven, the airplane was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with 14 CFR Part 121. The airplane was operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the airplane.
So basically this, so we can skip ahead by 5 or 10 seconds. All of this, everything was good.
Yep.
There was no structural issues with the airplane. It was going to land and be perfectly fine and probably do another flight that night.
Eight, the helicopter was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with U.S. Army regulations. Review of helicopter maintenance records did not reveal any open discrepancies or anomalous trends that contributed to the accident. The helicopter was operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the helicopter revealed damage consistent with an in-flight collision and subsequent water impact.
All right, once again, everything was fine until the collision.
The operations supervisor and 4 controllers who were working in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower cab at the time of the accident were properly certified, qualified in accordance with federal regulations and facility directives, and current. Number 10, although the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower facility was not staffed to its target level at the time of the accident, the number of staff in the tower at the time of the accident was adequate and in accordance with Federal Aviation Administration directives. Number 11, the decision to combine the helicopter control and local control positions was not the result of insufficient staffing, and personnel were available to staff the helicopter control and local control positions separately had the operations supervisor chosen to do so. Number 12, the local control controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions at the time of the accident. Number 13, review of the local control and assistant local control controllers and operations supervisors' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the controllers, including the OS, were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue.
All right, everybody was fine, and so was the weather. Both of these flights would have gone just as they were supposed to had they not collided.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
The helicopter control and local control positions continuously combined on the night of the accident increased the local controller's workload and negatively impacted his performance and situational awareness. Number 16, had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory. Number 17, due to extended time on position at the time of the collision, the operations supervisor was likely experiencing reduced alertness and vigilance, which decreased his awareness of the operational environment and reduced his ability to proactively assess the risks posed by the traffic and environmental conditions at the time of the accident. Number 18, the lack of mandatory relief periods for supervisory air traffic control personnel is contrary to human factors research that shows clear performance deterioration in situations of prolonged time on task.
18, basically, when you sit at your desk, remember how I always say set a timer for 45 minutes, stand up, do something, move around, because your body gets sick of being in one spot, and so does your brain. Research shows that students get up and move around, their brain works better. Why is it different for people sitting behind a control desk looking at multiple screens for hours and hours a day? The longer you sit there without a break, the less vigilant you become. It seems like common sense to me, but we need 67 people to perish in a catastrophic accident like this to be able to find that. And will the FAA do anything about it? We will see. My guess is no.
Number 19, although the local controller provided an initial traffic advisory to the crew of PAT 25 in accordance with Federal Aviation Administration Job Order 7110.65, he did not provide a corresponding advisory to the crew of Flight 5342 regarding PAT 25's location and intention, which could have increased situation awareness for the crew of Flight 5342. Number 20, if the LC controller had issued a standard safety alert to the flight crews of either aircraft as prescribed in FAA Order 7110.65, providing the conflicting aircraft's position and positive control instructions, they could have taken immediate action to avert the impending collision. Number 21, initial and recurrent scenario-based training in threat and error management would help controllers identify and mitigate risks and strengthen situational awareness. I'll read that again, 21. Initial and recurrent scenario situation awareness. Number 22, a risk assessment or decision-making tool would likely have benefited the accident OS in identifying and mitigating the operational risk factors that were present on the night of the accident. Number 23, due to degraded radio reception, the crew of PAT 25 did not receive salient information regarding Flight 5342's circling approach to runway 33. Number 24, the PAT 25 IP did not positively identify Flight 5342 at the time of the initial traffic advisory, despite his statement that he had the traffic in sight and his request for visual separation. Number 25, with several other targets located directly in front of the helicopter represented by points of light with no other features by which to identify aircraft type, and without additional position information from the controller, the IP likely identified the wrong target. Number 26, interference that obscured the controller's circling to call, the microphone keying that blocked the PAT 25 crew from receiving the instruction to pass behind, ambiguous visual cues, and the lack of an integrated traffic awareness and alerting system likely reinforced the PAT 25 crew's expectation bias that the airplane was among the traffic approaching runway 1 and did not pose a conflict. Number 27, the absence of documented training on Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport's fixed wings procedures and the mixed traffic operating environment represented a safety vulnerability for Army flight crews operating in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 28, due to additive allowable tolerances of the helicopter's pitot-static altimeter system, it is likely that the crew of PAT 25 observed a barometric altimeter altitude about 100 feet lower than the helicopter's true altitude, resulting in the crew erroneously believing that they were under the published maximum altitude for Route 4. Number 29, a recurrent task to verify the continued accuracy of recorded flight data for U.S. Army aircraft would help ensure the data integrity needed to support quality assurance and safety programs and accident investigations. Number 30, the Federal Aviation Administration and the Army failed to identify the incompatibility between the helicopter route's low maximum altitudes and the error tolerances of barometric altimeters, which contributed to helicopters regularly flying higher than published maximum altitudes and potentially crossing into the runway 33 glide path. 31, pilots need all available information on the potential total error allowed by design that could occur in flight on an airworthy barometric altimeter. Number 32, the Army's post-installation functional check of the transponder on the accident helicopter was insufficient to detect that it was not broadcasting automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out. Number 33, the Army's lack of a recurrent transponder inspection procedure resulted in the incorrect aircraft address being transmitted by the accident helicopter's transponder and the incorrect automatic dependent surveillance broadcast settings on several other helicopters being undetected.
They didn't do anything. The Army knew about that, didn't tell their operators, didn't tell their aviators, didn't tell their maintenance personnel, but they knew about that. They knew that they were installed incorrectly, and they did not do anything to mitigate the problem. That, to me, is an epic failure. There is multiple epic failures here, but as a former naval aviation electronics tech, that, to me, is a failure of epic proportions, and people should be court-martialed for that. One more hill I'm willing to die on. Whoever knew about that and didn't pass it down the chain of command to the people who who needed to know, and who could have fixed it, should be court-martialed. Because you just killed 67 people.
Number 34, because the APX-123A transponder is designed for use on multiple aircraft platforms, it is possible that incorrect settings may be present on other aircraft used throughout the Department of War Armed Services. Number 35, the crew of Flight 5342 did not see the helicopter until it was too late to avoid a collision because of the high workload imposed during the final phase of their approach, and due to the helicopter's low conspicuity and lack of apparent motion. Number 36, times of compacted demand as a result of air carrier scheduling practices increased operational complexity and required mitigation by controllers to maintain spacing and surface movement. Number 37, Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower routinely received less than the requested miles in trail spacing from Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control, which increased controller workload by requiring them to generate additional spacing to prevent delays or gridlock. Number 38, the practice of offloading arrival traffic on approach to runway 1 by asking pilots if they could accept a circling approach to runway 33 was a routine mitigation strategy for Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport controllers to generate spacing that was not provided by Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control. 39, time-based flow management or metering would provide Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control and Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower with a consistent flow of traffic with more accurate spacing and greater predictability, thereby reducing controller workload. Number 40, Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower has significant airspace, airfield, mixed fleet, and operations complexities that appear to be inconsistent with its current facility level classification.
They never should have reduced it.
The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization failed to recognize external compliance verification results as indicators of systemic traffic management, volume, and flow issues at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, for which controllers were required to compensate. Number 42, the longstanding practice of relying on pilot-applied visual separation, see and avoid, as the principal means of separating helicopter and fixed-wing traffic in the Washington, D.C. area by both Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, Air Traffic Control Tower, and the Army led to a drift in operating practices among controllers and helicopter crews that increased the likelihood of a mid-air collision. Number 43, reliance on pilot-applied visual separation, see and avoid, as a primary means of separating mixed traffic introduced unacceptable risk to the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 44, Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower's procedure of maintaining a discrete helicopter frequency when the local and helicopter control positions were combined decreased overall situation awareness for pilots operating in the area. Number 45, providing controllers with additional salient cues regarding the perceived severity of a potential conflict would reduce controller cognitive load and would likely improve reaction time to the most critical conflict alerts. Number 46, there was no evidence that the local control controller, assistant local control controller, or operations supervisor were under the influence of alcohol or prohibited drugs at the time of the accident. However, evidence was substantially limited by the lack of post-accident alcohol testing, and evidence was of somewhat lower quality than it would have been if drug testing had been conducted sooner following the accident. Number 47, the Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization's, ATO, drug and alcohol testing determination did not meet Department of Transportation, DOT, timeliness requirements. Furthermore, the ATO's decision to not conduct drug testing as soon as possible after the testing determination and to not conduct alcohol testing at all violated DOT requirements. Number 48, the delayed and inappropriate drug and alcohol testing determination was due in part to the Air Traffic Organization's, ATO, determination process being inadequately designed to routinely meet Department of Transportation requirements for timely testing, and in part to ATO's staff incomplete understanding of those requirements. Number 49, additional reviews of helicopter route charts as required by Federal Aviation Administration Order 7210-3DD would have provided an opportunity to identify the risk posed by the proximity of Route 4 to the runway 33 approach path, but there is no evidence to support that these reviews were being performed at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport.
Shocker.
Number 50, the information published by the Federal Aviation Administration regarding Washington, D.C. area helicopter routes was insufficient to provide helicopter and fixed-wing operators with a complete understanding of the helicopter route structure and its lack of procedural separation from fixed-wing traffic. Number 51, current aeronautical charting does not provide information on visual flight rules, helicopter routes that may conflict or come in close proximity to and approach departure corridors, which reduces pilot situation awareness. Number 52, the lack of automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, out from the accident helicopter did not contribute to this accident, as the helicopter was still being tracked by radar, and ADSB out would not have provided improved traffic alerting from the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport controller or the crew of Flight 5342 because the airplane was not equipped with ADSB in.
That's
Number
sad.
53, the Army's standard operating procedures that prevent flight crews from enabling automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, out while in flight when not performing sensitive missions that require ADSB to be disabled, limit the visibility of military aircraft on collision avoidance technologies that leverage ADSB information. Number 54, although the airplane's traffic alert and collision avoidance system operated as designed, it was ineffective in preventing the collision because of current activation criteria and resolution advisory inhibit altitudes. Number 55, traffic advisory oral alerts that include additional information about the location of traffic could reduce the time pilots need to visually acquire target aircraft. 56, had the airplane been equipped with an airborne collision avoidance system that used automatic dependent surveillance broadcast in information to show directional traffic symbols, the crew of Flight 5342 would have received enhanced information about the risk posed by the helicopter.
And remember, that's a $400 piece of equipment that was installed on a 1930s biplane. If it can be installed in a 1930s biplane for $400, it can be installed in every aircraft in the US and worldwide while we're at it.
Which could have enabled them to take earlier action to avert the collision. 57, although the pilot and instructor pilot on board PAT 25 were equipped with tablets that had the ability to display traffic transmitting automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out, it is unlikely that the pilots were using the tablets to monitor or identify traffic at the time of the accident due to the workload associated with low altitude flight. 58, technological advances since the development of Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System 2 operating standards may allow Airborne Collision Avoidance System XA with reduced inhibit altitudes to have an expanded alerting envelope while reducing nuisance alerts. Number 59, although not commercially available, Had the helicopter been equipped with Airborne Collision Avoidance System XR with integrated oral alerting, the crew would have received an alert regarding Flight 5342 and would have taken action to avert the collision. Number 60. Multiple data sources provided evidence of mid-air collision risk between fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, including on approach to runway 33 before this accident. However, the limited access to and use of available objective and subjective proximity data hindered industry and government stakeholders' ability to identify hazards and mitigate risk.
See, I still have to call bullshit on that one because I don't know. This is the hill I'm willing to die on. A helicopter crossing an active runway seems pretty damn dangerous to me, no matter what. Not this mitigation risk. Mitigating the risk would be not having Route 4. And guess what, Congress? If you want a different route, or if you want Route 4, suck it up, Buttercup. No one cares about you because you don't care about us.
Number 61. Improving stakeholder access to standardized and objective information about aircraft close proximity encounters for use in safety assurance processes would increase the likelihood of detecting and mitigating hazards before accidents occur. Number 62. The Federal Aviation Administration's lack of an established process to inform parties about their involvement in events such as near mid-air collisions or traffic, alert, and collision avoidance system resolution advisories reduces the likelihood of fully understanding and mitigating future mid-air collision risk. Number 63. The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization had multiple opportunities to identify the risk of a mid-air collision between airplanes and helicopters at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. However, their data analysis, safety assurance, and risk assessment processes failed to recognize and mitigate that risk. 64. The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization's application of its safety management system did not effectively coordinate safety assurance and safety risk management activities with external stakeholders in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 65. Changes to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower's standard operating procedures to the...
Because, Jeffrey, what do you mean? Why are these numbered in this fashion? Why isn't this just a list? This is a list, but it's a list with a paragraph attached to each, explaining what it is, what their findings are. They can't just go the FAA, the FAA, the FAA. You have to explain what about the FAA. So I'm not understanding what do you mean? Why are these numbered in this fashion? Because it's the finding and then what the finding actually is. Changes to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport traffic control towers procedures, and then what it would have done had it been working as they wanted it to. Sorry, Jeffrey, I don't understand your question.
The accident, removing the requirement for the operations supervisor, OS, to document the time and reason for combining or decombining the helicopter control position in the facility log, made it less likely that the OS would consider and evaluate the risks associated with combining or decombining the position. Number 66. Safety risk management practices were not fully integrated into Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport air traffic control tower operations and did not identify or mitigate the operational challenges faced by controllers or the lack of guidance regarding operational risk assessments for controllers and supervisors. Number 67. Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization, ATO, management did not follow the tenets of safety management systems to support its workforce.
They didn't follow their own systems. And this seems to be a lot of why the FAA is not doing their job. I don't understand why they're numbered that way and not just individual lines. This makes it feel like it's a legal document with each line numbered than an official document of cost, because it's a finding. It's not. Okay, it's a finding. So I can't just say your tires when your car needs to be repaired. I can't just say your tires. What about your tires? Think about it like that. So in their findings, they literally can't, and this is a hearing documenting the findings to the general public. So they can't just say the FAA, the FAA Safety Risk Management System. Well, what about it? They're explaining each one because that's what this hearing is for. And Jeffrey, they're numbered that way so they can be related to when something is or isn't done. That is true as well. But this is also like, they don't just say your tires when you go to fix your car. What about your tires? Your brakes? Like when you say fix my brakes, well, what is it? What about your brakes needs to be fixed? You can't just go the FAA, because we knew that the FAA was a problem from the very beginning. We've known the FAA has been a problem for at least a decade. However, what about the FAA? And what about the FAA did you find? You can't just number things in a list like a bullet point list. It's just not. But also when the NTSB goes back to check, they can go, well, number 68, number 69, did you do what we asked? Or what did you do to fix this problem? They're naming all the problems. I understand that they're explaining it. It's just odd. Someone who's seen a couple of these, but there's no explanation. And I don't mean to be rude, Jeffrey. I'm really not trying to be rude, but it just seems to be a common sense thing when they're telling their findings to us that they're actually explaining their findings. Maybe that's just me, and I'm not trying to be rude with it, but like, they're explaining what they found. So of course they're going to be, number 68, this is what we found. We found number 69, this is what we found. So it can be referenced when you look at their findings instead of just a book or just a bullet point list of the FAA. The FAA messed up. Well, how?
And to be perfectly honest with you,
to me, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm really confused on why this is confusing to you.
and also by the sounds of it, from this PowerPoint presentation that they're showing, they've already established blame. So to be perfectly honest with you, they're just dragging it out.
Yeah, well, this hearing yesterday, this board meeting presentation was to tell the world their findings. That's what this was for. So I'm confused on why a hearing that's supposed to be about their findings when we're discussing what their findings are is weird. Something's not adding up to me.
The Army did not have a flight safety data monitoring program for helicopters, and as a result, was unaware of routine altitude exceedances and related risks in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport terminal area. Number 69, the Army's safety reporting system for pilots were not well utilized and did not provide the organization with information about close encounters between Army helicopters and other aircraft that were later found to have occurred frequently. Number 70, the Army's process for allocating resources to aviation safety management did not ensure the development of a robust safety management system for helicopter operations in the Washington, D.C. area. Number 71, the Army lacked a positive safety culture in that its aviation safety system did not have the capacity, resources, or analytical mechanisms necessary to consistently detect, interpret, and act on weak signals of latent hazards. As a result, safety assurance and organizational learning were degraded. Additionally, this report contains the following two findings previously issued by the National Transportation Safety Board in March of 2025 in its report titled Deconflict Airplane and Helicopter Traffic in the Vicinity of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Number 72, separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 as they existed at the time of the accident were insufficient and posed an intolerable risk to aviation safety by increasing the chances of a mid-air collision. And number 73, when Route 4 operations are prohibited as recommended in Safety Recommendation A-25-1, it is critical for public safety helicopter operations to have an alternative route for operating in and around Washington, D.C. without increasing controller workload. Chair.
That was a lot. And just for awareness for voting, there may have been a few words off here and there. That's not a criticism, Brian.
Okay.
We're just going to go with what's written in here. But could you pull up finding 37 really quick on the screen?
This to me is a very easy way of laying it out to the layperson.
Okay, we're good. We
And
just
not
need to
only
check something.
so they can
Thank you.
figure things out and refer
Okay,
back to things very
um,
easily.
I know we have a number of amendments to the findings as proposed. And typically, before we get to new findings and consideration of any new findings, we go through any amendments to the existing findings as proposed. So the first one I have from Member Graham is finding 17. I'm just going in order of number.
Yes, that's correct. And I can ask the team to pull up Amendment 3. That way everybody in the audience can see this or online.
Thank you.
As you see, I have an addition in there for finding 17 at the beginning. So my amendment, I move to add to finding 17 due to the extended time on position at the time of the collision and his expectation bias based on his prior experience at DCA, ATCT, comma, and the rest is the same.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right. Member Graham, you're recognized.
Yeah, staff presented a compelling, well-thought-through case as to why the operations supervisor was likely experiencing reduced alertness and diligence and vigilance, due to his extended time on position. I agree with that. However, this investigation at every turn uncovered longstanding issues at DCA Air Traffic Control Tower. We've heard countless times now about the make it work mentality that penetrated seemingly every facet of the workforce and how the workforce in the tower had begun to accept unsafe conditions or near misses as routine and part of the job. Given this culture in the tower and at the time of the accident, I believe the operations supervisor also had expectation bias given his prior experience at DCA as a controller that things would work themselves out. In his post-accident interview, for example, he recalled there was only one helicopter on the frequency at the time when in reality there were 5. This statement indicated that the operations supervisor was not aware.
Oh shit, Spawn, that means the operations supervisor, that's one interview and transcript that we need to read.
It'll be an interesting one, that's for sure.
Holy shit. Oh, there was only one helicopter on frequent. No, there were 5. There were 5. That's a big difference and a lot of mental bandwidth that was missing somewhere.
Aware of the actual helicopter traffic volume or that the local controller was being overwhelmed. Because of this, I believe this finding must incorporate that the supervisor's expectation bias also led to his reduced alertness and loss of situational awareness.
Thank you. Member Inman, anything?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I actually agree with everything you just said. My concern is the term expectation bias. We did find in this investigation expectation bias on the part of the instructor pilot with respect to aircraft on runway, lined up for runway 1, that the expectation bias was the instructor pilot had an expectation that that's where 5342 was and was staying. The definition of expectation bias is expectation bias occurs when a pilot hears or sees something that he or she expects to hear or see rather than what actually may be occurring. That expectation often is driven by experience or repetition. For example, if a pilot is regularly cleared to cross a particular runway during operations at a familiar aerodrome, he or she may come to expect the clearance. This could cause a potentially dangerous situation if on a particular day, the pilot actually is instructed not to cross the runway in question due to another aircraft or landing or taking off, and that's from the FAA. So I'm not sure that expectation bias is the right term, but let me ask where staff is on this.
So staff does not concur, and I defer to Dr. Wilson to explain the reason.
To be honest, Chairwoman Hamidi, you gave a great definition of expectation bias, and we would also agree that expectation of bias does not apply in this instance.
Can I ask you how there was something more than just being tired or fatigued? If there was, like I pointed out, that there was a loss of situational awareness, and they could just make it work was definitely running rampant over there.
Then change it to situational awareness, not expectation bias. I kind of agree with that. But I am enjoying the discourse and the back and forth. I like seeing how people's brains work and how this investigation actually goes down and people not just coming to one conclusion and everybody just agreeing. This is how shit's supposed to work. In my
We
opinion.
definitely did see that. I think staff could support more complacency instead of expectation bias, that he was lulled into thinking that everything would work out as it always has in the past.
So would complacency be a better word to replace in there?
staff would support complacency instead of expectation bias.
All right, so can you pull it up on the monitor? Because I agree, sorry. I agree with
For a
those
friendly amendment?
statements. Yeah, I'll offer a friendly amendment, but I also don't want to cut off Member Inman because it looked like you wanted to add something to the.
When I was deployed and I was on the flight deck, complacency was the enemy. Complacency was a word thrown around. Don't get complacent. Don't get complacent. Don't get complacent. Every 5 seconds. I got so sick of the word complacent, I was starting to get complacent when someone said complacent. So I get it. I understand where they're coming from with this. And it's just interesting to me to see the discussion.
Yeah, and I think my only question would be, we gave staff this yesterday before 5 p.m. And if they're going to raise issues, it would have been nice to, before we walked in to have this discussion, to at least have those issues because we were courteous enough to try to provide them. So that's my only frustration.
Well, I mean, if we're going to go there, and we can go there.
If we're going to go there, and we can. I love her. Sorry, that line broke me. Spawn. That line absolutely broke me.
I was going to say anything because I think that was probably like, so basically we've got eyes and attitude. So yeah, keep going.
If we're going to go there, and we can, let's see what she says.
Staff has been working night and day on this report. And Member Graham, we'll get back to your amendment in a second. But at any time, you could have provided the amendments. What you did is give it to them at 5 p.m. I said, we are a safety agency. We are a safety agency, and I prohibit communications between board member and staff from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Why? So that they can get sleep. What you did combined was slap 35 amendments or so on them at 5 p.m. Guess what? They were working till 10 or 11 p.m. So actually, I would like your commitment that in the future, much like the House and Senate does, that we agree that all amendments will be provided to staff 3 business days before the board meeting. Would you commit to that?
I would commit to that. Excuse me, are you okay with me talking? I provided them at 3:30. Here's the problem. I know. Staff continuously made amendments throughout the week. We didn't get the report, our recommendation, our staff responses until late Tuesday.
It would help if I wasn't muted. Did he almost drop the F-bomb?
Yeah.
Okay, I was not sure if I just holy. Oh my God. Yep, Michael Graham started to drop an F-bomb. Thanks for letting me know you're human.
Less than a week, so.
You submitted the amendments that you already gave to staff a week ago that they already responded to objecting to. So you resubmitted them at whatever, 3:30. You all had, I don't know, what, 2 hours to go through any of that?
Oh,
It's not right. 3 days in advance.
And
Do
what
I have that
happens when we have
commitment?
amendments right here? This is part of it too, if we have an amendment here.
That's fine, and we can talk about it openly, but it's not 30 of them last minute.
I will let Member in.
No, I would go back to, I think if we need to revise the board order, we can certainly do that internally. But
So
I would
do
say,
you
I would
commit to giving
I
us-
would at least like to answer.
Stop flapping your gums. Just take the fucking slap and do it.
Well,
Jesus.
at least we know this is what boards should be. School boards, things like that. Any board. This is what it should be. Discourse. Not everybody should get along. There should be disagreements.
Exactly. Just fucking get over
When
it.
everybody on a board agrees with each other and is like all up on everybody else's apple pencil size penis.
Wait, what?
It was a more YouTube friendly way of saying stop kissing everybody else's asses and sucking everybody else's stuff. But with that being said, I like that they're getting feisty with each other because that means they're passionate about this.
Yeah, I get that, but the thing is, like, sitting there and fucking arguing with the fucking chairwoman, at the end of the day, you do as you bloody talk. But then again, you can, if you got any discourse in regards to the tone, or you can do that afterwards. That's why you've got multiple members of the committee on the committee, so you can actually have discourse and sort out any miscommunications or
True.
Oh, I know.
This is getting spicy in a way that I didn't see it.
Yeah, and just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, and you may be very happy about this, but I've got probably another 10, 15 minutes, and then I have to make a yeet.
Laura Owen
No,
said more than a mouthful is wasted. It's sort of a petty argument from her also. Yeah, it could be, but you're talking to the queen of petty, so like maybe it's just me. And I understand why she's mad, but she could have, being the petty side, she could have said what she said and then left it at that. But then they're continuing to argue, which just kind of makes everybody look bad. But damn, it's getting spicy. Damn, am I not providing you some sort of entertainment? Please like and share if you want not only my spicy commentary, but theirs.
Your request to us was to submit them by 5. That was your request to us. We didn't set that deadline or that time, and that's the reason why we tried to. And we just saw an amendment from you about an hour ago.
That
Oh, shit. Sorry. We just saw an amendment from you about an hour ago. And yes, I have this at 1.3 speed, so it's a little faster than normal. But this is where it would be like, after this is over, we will have a behind closed doors discussion about this. This is not something that needs to be aired on the internet. Although I'm here for the drama, because that's what I do.
amendment was because we just found out that FAA changed the individual office about hours ago. But what I will tell you is that I said no later than 5. You knew what you were going to submit, and you put staff in a very bad position. They got no sleep last night. We are a safety agency. We can do better. So do you commit to submitting amendments in the future 3 days beforehand?
I will commit to having a discussion with the board about our
You won't
procedures.
commit it. Okay, good to know. So let's go back to finding 17. If you would like to withdraw your amendment, Member Graham, and resubmit a new amendment.
I would like to do that.
Great.
My motion is for a new amendment, finding 17 to read, due to extended time on position at the time of the collision and his complacency. Are we okay with based on his prior experience at DCA? Comma. And the rest stays the same? Or just his complacency?
Putting me on the spot, having to think on the fly.
Yeah, I'm here too, on the spot.
Let there be light.
So yes, I mean, he would get complacent based on his experience being there, but I also think that it's, we have more of the poor safety culture, the prioritizing moving traffic over safety. So I think it might be a little bit more than just his prior experience. I would be more comfortable with just putting complacency.
Okay. So I would like to amend my amendment to add after time of collision and his complacency, comma, the rest all remains the same. That is my motion.
I second. All right. Any further comments? Great. Council will call the roll and tally.
Okay, board. If in favor of amending finding 17, say aye. If opposed, say nay. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
All right, Chair, majority is in favor.
Great. And moving to finding 20.
Finding 20, Amendment 4, please, if you would pull that up. My motion is I move to amend finding 20 after the positive control instructions, comma, to add the crew of either aircraft, striking they. So the crew of either aircraft could have taken immediate action to avert the impending collision. That's my motion.
Second.
Staff?
Staff concurs.
Agreed. Council, tally the vote, or
Okay,
roll,
board.
call the roll, tally the vote.
Yes, Chair, this is a vote in favor of amending finding 20. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
A majority is in favor, Chair.
Great. Amendment 5, if you can pull that up, finding 23.
Certain. That's my amendment.
Staff?
And I'm skipping them
Staff does
reading
not
it because
concur.
we can
Staff
read it.
believes that the word salient is the correct word here because it would have indicated to the crew that something was off nominal or not normal about this airplane's approach path.
Can
Yep.
I don't totally agree with that because they did receive the 3-3. And we can argue with that all night, but I just, And I gave my theory on that earlier. So I'm sticking, I like to stay with my amendment with certain.
Could staff read what, from the CVR transcript, what was missed?
I'm sorry, I don't have this transcript in front of me, but it was, I believe it was CRJ in the vicinity of Wilson Bridge at 1,200 feet, circling to runway 33. And it was, what was missed was circling. So it came across as CRJ 33 or 233, depending on what the partial word sounded like. So we can't know for certain what would have happened if the word circling had come through. In cases where a person, an operator, needs to recognize that something's out of the ordinary and deserves special attention, the more salient a cue is that draws that attention, the better. And in conversation with some of the pilots on the team, such as Captain McKinney, who's a retired naval helicopter pilot, it was the consensus that hearing the word that there was an aircraft on approach to one of the runways that was actually circling the airport would have been more likely to draw the crew's attention. And so that's why staff wrote it that way.
Okay, I do not support the amendment. Salient meaning standing out, prominent, notable significance. You believe circling could have been notable. We don't know, but you believe that was a salient cue. I appreciate that Member Graham does not. Certain, though, just means some but not all.
Can I ask again?
Yep.
Did you say it was a consensus amongst the whole team?
I don't think there were any objections, on the team itself. We could certainly poll the pilots.
We could probably argue this all night, and I gave you my theory before. I don't think this is worth the battle, so I like to withdraw my amendment here.
Okay, thank you.
Which means I want to withdraw Amendment 6 also.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go on, I do have a question. Amendment 6 was to 26. We will be moving beyond that to finding 42. But before that comes up, I just was wondering if I could ask a question about finding 31. Could you bring up 31? And this is just a question maybe for Mr. Shahoon. And just in reading it, the term allowed by design, instrument error. So there's a tolerance stack there was, the allowable tolerance was instrument error, position error, and an adjustment for temperature. Is that all allowed by design?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Moving forward. Just wanted to confirm that. Moving to Amendment 7, finding 42. Member Graham, you're recognized.
So I move to amend 42 to read, after Washington, D.C., comma, area by Ronald Reagan Washington Airport, Air Traffic Control Tower, the Army, and other helicopter operators led on from there. So striking the both and the addition after Army. And that's my motion, as you can see on the screen.
Second.
Thank you. Staff.
Staff concurs.
Excellent. That was easy. I also concur. So council?
Okay, board then, Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman? Aye. Chair Humdy?
Aye.
Majority approves, Chairman.
Amendment 8, finding 56. Recognize Member Graham.
Yes, my motion is to amend finding 56, as you can see on the screen with the red lettering, to add the word likely after have and before received.
Second.
Thank you. Staff.
Staff does not concur. And I would point out that as we have it written here, it says ACAS that use ADSB information to show directional traffic symbols. So staff doesn't believe that that would likely enhance information about the risk, but it would enhance risk.
Enhance information.
Enhance, exactly.
Member Graham.
Is this consensus of the staff?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm willing to withdraw my amendment at this point. It's not worth it.
Thank you. Amendment 9, finding 59.
My motion is I move to amend finding 59 to, and in this case, I am going to stick with removing the word would in both locations to could, and that's my amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would the gentleman consider a friendly amendment?
And this is
I
where
know we talked earlier, but at this point, this technology is not out there. It's in simulation. I know they're working on performance standards, but it's not there. And I know there's a difference in the world from simulation and development to actual. I worked for an aircraft manufacturer, actually 2 of them, for a lot of my career. And things don't always work out the way you want them to, or you think they theoretically will. So I'm going to stick with could on both.
Thank you.
and this is where words matter.
So
Words
we're
really
about
do
halfway
matter.
there. Staff believes that the first one, the would, because we did show that in simulation, that should remain. However, we agree with you on the second one to make it a could.
I understand that, but I'm still sticking with could on the front one for my explanation.
Can I ask staff to talk about the simulation and what you saw in the simulation?
Absolutely. We'll defer to Mr. Wagner.
It seems tedious and annoying, but words matter. Legal document, this is just like a legal document. Words matter.
Presentations, simulation, using the accident flight data with the developmental version of ACAS XR did show improved alerting for the helicopter.
I understand that. And like I said, this is still simulation. We're still somewhat in a theoretical world. And this has been a long time coming and it's not there yet. So I still think it's a big could, not a would. Thank you for that, though.
All right. I disagree. I believe we have recommended numerous technologies over the years that were still in development, and we were very clear as recently as March 2024 to approve technology for under 20 miles per hour on positive train control, which is not designed right now for under 20 miles per hour, and we concluded that it would have prevented an accident, but understood. So we'll, council, you'll call the roll and tally the vote.
All right, Chair. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
And Chair Hamady?
No.
All right, Chair, a majority is in favor.
Thank you. We're going to pull up Amendment 10, Finding 63.
Is to amend finding 63 to read the FAA ATO was made aware of and had multiple opportunities, and the rest will remain the same. So the add was made aware of, comma, and.
There a second?
Second.
Staff?
Staff concurs.
Well, I mean, do you want to talk about it? Pretty obvious.
It's pretty obvious.
Chair
Let's
Hamady?
skip it.
Aye.
Majority is in favor, Chair.
Amendment 11, Finding 71.
Yeah, my motion is to amend finding 71 to read, the Army's aviation safety system failed to consistently detect, interpret, and act on signals of latent hazards, resulting in degraded safety assurance, organizational learning, and safety culture. That's my motion.
Second? Discussion.
Second.
We change it again.
Second. Second.
Oh, I already seconded. We're good. It's time for discussion. Member Graham?
It's just cleaning it up a little bit. It's pretty much, I thought it was very wordy to begin with.
Okay.
I would prefer to staff, if you want to go further, I can talk more about it.
We have no technical objection.
I also support the amendment, so we can just go to vote, I think.
All right, Member
Squid?
Graham?
Aye.
Moving on
Yes.
to,
I need to shoot off. I do apologize.
No worries. Thanks for hanging out.
No, it's absolute pleasure. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm starting to like that Jennifer. She seems to be, she's a good egg. But anyway, guys, thanks for Squid. Thanks very much for having me.
No problem. And if you don't subscribe to Spawn, what are you doing with your life? Fix yourself.
Yes,
Go subscribe
and-
to him. He goes live. He just dropped a couple of songs. I haven't heard them yet, but I got notified of them. So YouTube
Also-
actually gave me a notification. Shocker, right?
Yeah. And I've got a little surprise coming as well. I'm going to notify people privately. And then after that. But yeah. But thanks very much for having me. And I'll see you soon.
See
We'll
ya.
chat later off.
Yep. We need to schedule a time to have a conversation on a stream about some of these things that come up that we just don't have time for in an actual stream.
Yeah, absolutely not a problem.
All
Not
right.
a problem at all.
Have a good one.
All right, you take care. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
No, yeet.
He yeeted himself. I didn't have to yeet him. Getting back to this, I'm going back to we're skipping there. See, I finally froze it in a good freeze face.
Curtis here.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
not over yet. Amendment 1, please, if you pull that up on the screen. So this is a new amendment that I move to add. It reads, in the 2 minutes before the accident, when traffic volume was increasing, the assistant local controller should have prioritized surveillance of aircraft in the air in order to assist the local controller, rather than diverting her attention to the lower priority task of documenting helicopter information, which could have been completed when traffic volume and complexity had subsided. That's my motion.
I agree with that.
Second.
Time for discussion. Member Graham.
Yeah, as I referenced in my opening statement, there were individual shortcomings that contributed to this accident that need to be pointed out. As stated in the report and earlier in our discussion, the primary duty of the assistant local controller is to maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing area and alert the local controller of any unusual situations or traffic conflict. These duties and responsibilities are clearly stated in the DCA Air Traffic Control Standard Operating Procedures. The fact is the ALC was completing other tasks in the lead up to and at the time of the accident that should have been a far lower priority. None of the current findings as drafted acknowledge this situation, and I believe this report would be incomplete without a reference to the assistant local controller. We already have multiple findings related to the local controller and the operations supervisor, and this proposed finding as drafted was included in staff's initial report, just not as a finding. I also want to note that finding 16 is currently drafted, does acknowledge that had the HC and LC positions been staffed separately, it would have allowed PAT 25 to receive a more timely and effective traffic advisory, because both the local and the assistant local controllers could have had increased ability to recognize the pending collision. However, while I believe that is true, that finding does not in any way reflect that the assistant local controller was not appropriately prioritizing her duties on the night of the accident.
Member Inman. Anything?
I have no comments.
Okay. So I support the amendment as we lay out in our draft report. The assistant local controller, their duties are number one, to alert the local controller of any unusual situation or traffic conflicts. Number two, maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing area. Number three, assist the local controller with monitoring of aircraft on final. So I support the amendment. Staff?
So staff does not concur. Staff would prefer to retain the system-focused finding proposed in finding 16, rather than adding this finding, which focuses on an individual's actions.
And I'm just going to read 16 really quick for public transparency. That is the one I believe you just read, which was, had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory.
But it wasn't, so it's
But
a
it wasn't.
finding.
Yep. All right, any other questions? Tom, you're up again.
All right, this is adding a finding by Member Graham. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All in favor.
Member Graham, up again.
Amendment 2 is my last one for right now. I appreciate everybody's patience that are here. I move to add new finding. The local controller and helicopter controller positions should have been separated at the time of the accident, given traffic volume and complexity.
Second.
I'll second.
That
Discussion.
seems blatantly obvious. I don't know why that.
As I previously
not in
mentioned, I
the
agree
original
with finding
finding.
16 is currently drafted, which states that had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory. In my view, that finding is missing a company finding, making it clear that the two positions should have been separated given the traffic volume and complexity of DCA in the lead up to the accident. Based on the standard operating procedures and available guidance from the operations supervisor to decide whether or not to combine or decombine the position. It is abundantly clear to me that the complex mix and volume of traffic that night warranted separating the positions. Additionally, we have heard earlier during our discussion, the tower had enough staff available to staff the positions separately. Given these realities, and staff supported this statement in our earlier discussion, I believe the board is in a place with this evidence presented to make the determination that the positions should have been decombined.
I support the amendment. Staff?
So staff doesn't necessarily disagree with that, but we do think that it's found in finding 15, 16, and 22, and I do have those if it would be helpful for me to read them.
And I think it's worth a positive statement as a finding. That's my position.
Okay, I'm finding that, and Spawn's gone, so I can't get his opinion on this, but he'll give it to me later, I'm sure. The panel of the staff is being politically correct and like, yeah, they should have been separated. And this board member is like, no, these people fucked up. These people just straight up messed up. Those two positions should not have been combined. And let's call a spade. Let's not try to be politically correct in this crap. And I think that's the problem. I have to go do a potty dance, so I'm gonna let this play.
Okay. I agree. I think 15 really focuses on controller workload as a result of the combining of the helicopter control and local control positions. 16 talks about, if it had been staffed separately, Pat 25 might have received a more timely alert. And I know you mentioned another one, but I do think we have to be very clear that they just should have been separated.
Now, I tend to agree. The evidence is very evident. Even the controller said he felt overwhelmed at one point, and then it got better, but then 90 seconds before, it was higher than when he thought he was being overwhelmed.
Yep.
There's no doubt there's evidence that points to it.
All right, Tom.
All right, board, on adding a new finding. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All right, all in favor.
All right, Member Graham, you are done. Proposed finding, it's just a new finding, not amending finding one.
Correct.
Okay. Can you pull up, do we have that?
Reports authority, crash, fire, rescue, along with all other responding units from various jurisdictions within proximity to the airport, demonstrated exceptional readiness and coordination, arriving on the water within approximately 4 minutes of the accident. This response time reflects a model operational capability and contributed positively to incident management efforts.
Second.
Member Inman, you're recognized.
I point back to, it's so often that we have to talk about the faults of people and things that are being done. And I think back, this is actually the 44th anniversary, was a few weeks ago, an Air Florida crash that occurred on January 13th in 1982, when 70 people perished. And unfortunately, we're back here again 44 years later. But during that investigation, we found that the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority and other responders did not have a cohesive system. They did not coordinate. In fact, our firefighters were not even notified until 3 minutes after the crash occurred. And so whenever there is a positive contribution, we should at least acknowledge that at least the airport authority and other responders had worked hard in the event that this happened. While unfortunately there were no survivors, the likelihood of a recovery was much greater based on their immediate action. They rushed into the ice to try to save people.
Was there a second? Okay, Member Graham, do you have a comment?
I totally agree with the member Inman, and I'm supportive of this.
I am supportive of the intent, but I am not supportive of the amendment. There were a number of response agencies. When the NTSB, and I will refer to WMATA in the L'Enfant Plaza smoke accident, East Palestine, DuPont, we are aware very early that there are major issues, which is why we form an emergency response group to look at the emergency response and take lessons learned. That's our mandate, lessons learned, and turn those into lives saved. So we did delve deeply on emergency response in many accident investigations, including those I referenced. Highways, a recent one we investigated, looked at emergency response because they had some questions early on, but it turned out that it was timely and adequate. And so what we put in reports over and over again is emergency response was timely and adequate. I will say for this one, not only did we have Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which did a wonderful job, but it was the DC fire chief who was the incident commander, because they have jurisdiction over the river to the Virginia shoreline. And certainly they brought in, the DC fire chief brought in the National Capital Region Incident Magnet Team to manage and coordinate unified command. And while there was 4 minutes from the crash phone that rang from the tower to a boat on the water, which is admirable, I have concerns about issuing a finding when we did not. We have zero evidence of looking at that in our docket. We are an evidence-based organization. When I look at survival factors, which would have looked at the emergency response, and I looked at the survival factors report, It goes into a great deal of information, including cabin interior wreckage, loose boardable wreckage transported by divers, small boat recovery, fuselage, and wreckage obtained during crane and barge recovery. We looked at seats, restraints, other survival equipment. We looked at emergency equipment and placards on board the aircraft. We looked at helicopter configuration and seating. We looked at the helmets to see is there any lessons that we could have learned there. We did not, however. We did document an overview of the report, and we gave an emergency response summary and noted applicable regulations to how to conduct emergency response, but we did not evaluate the emergency response. And so the only analysis that was actually conducted by that group was really focused on survivability and whether it was survivable, which it was not. There is no analysis. And so when we adopt a finding, we need to have evidence to support that finding. There wasn't an analysis. There wasn't a fact-finding portion of the investigation with respect particular to incident command, unified command, or emergency response. In this case, it's not drafted in a way that meets the high standards of our organization, crash/fire/rescue, and then we go into demonstrated exceptional readiness and coordination. We don't know that. We did not evaluate that. And while their work is heroic, truly heroic, again, we are evidence and fact-based, and we do not have that evidence in our docket. And so when we say things like this response time reflects a model operational capability,
we don't know.
We have not evaluated whether it's a model. We have no factual evidence to look at any other model across the United States and compare it to. So I do not support the amendment. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. I've waffled on this, and I fully appreciate the intent. And I think
and that's the thing. You can appreciate the intent while admitting that there are people that will take this out of context and be like, well, she doesn't support the first responders who were there. And if you actually listen to what she said, that is not what she meant. In the context of their investigation, they didn't look at any evidence, positive or negative. That wasn't their focus. So to put in an amendment in this or a new finding that they have no evidence of is just wrong. But she will get haters online for this of she's not supporting first responders. The intent is there and the good natured, but this is where you have to go with facts and not your feelings. Because at the end of the day, this isn't about how we feel about things. This is about the evidence.
Every one of us that were down at the airport that night and that week appreciates everything that the first responders had done. And so I'd asked staff, go back, look to see what we can support. And in all reality, we had put something together to try to come back and say, hey, here's something we can support. But when I looked at the chair's opening presentation, and I was here counting, there's 29 different organizations that were present. And we can't support that. You know, we didn't look at the response for all of them. So I don't concur, or staff doesn't concur. And again, it's not that we don't think they did a fantastic job. We've got to go back to what we did indeed investigate for our findings. And in this case, we didn't look at the first responders as a whole.
There was I think it was handed to me. Did staff have an alternative version?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I've got one that I've worked on, but I'm not even going to propose it now because it talks about one organization. There were 29 different organizations.
I respectfully, I do agree with you. Perhaps we could, if Member Inman is willing
right here
to withdraw that and consider the staff finding, withdraw his amendment and consider the staff finding, perhaps we could just say, and other response organizations in there.
That's the reason I asked if the staff had an alternative.
So
I think we got a slide, if that would be helpful.
how about a slide? Yep.
Slides are helpful. Always bring a slide.
Oh, sorry. I don't think that's the slide.
To read it.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll make it easy for you because somebody printed this earlier. That's the reason I was asking. I'm just going to try to read this, so hopefully we catch up with it. The Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, Airport Rescue and Firefighting, and airport operations staff responded immediately in accordance with applicable emergency plans and regulatory requirements, rapidly establishing incident command, deploying land and water-based resources, and coordinating mutual aid under complex nighttime and on-water conditions. Does that sound?
That's what I have, yes.
I have no problem amending to that Obviously, the intent was to try to make sure we at least say the appreciation for the other first responders, and I hope it at least can be noted in some way. And I apologize, this was a miss on my behalf during our staff meetings. We didn't have enough time to get to that, to where I was trying to get it into the investigative report, but obviously the docket needs to support it as well. I'll offer that as an amendment to my own amendment or a new amendment.
Amendment
Second.
to my own amended proposed finding.
Put it up? Yeah.
I'm skipping through the
I think the
The
only part
silences.
I have a concern with is the words rapidly establishing incident command, because it was the DC Fire and Rescue who did that. So would you consider striking that and leaving the rest? Because DC Fire didn't do the other things. So if we add them,
I would tend to disagree. And the reason I say I tend to disagree is that MWA had an incident command trailer on runway 33 that night. And they established their own incident command. That may not be the unified incident command.
it's not unified command. I checked with
Right.
our
It's not-
direct,
yeah.
I checked with our director of
All right.
special
I
operations.
gotta go
this
get the
morning on
little
who
off the-
established incident command immediately
big girl.
afterwards. They had an incident command trailer.
Be back.
They did not establish incident command. DC Fire and Rescue was also immediately there and established incident command, and it was transferred to unified command the next morning.
Okay. Okay.
What I'm saying is that would be inaccurate to say that MWA rapidly.
If you'd like to strike it, we can.
Oh, okay,
I
got
said
it.
okay.
Oh, I,
I don't know if you're getting used to that. We'll say okay some.
no, I didn't know if you were just saying, I heard you. Yeah, okay, so let's pull this back up.
I'll repropose it for the third time. The Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, airport rescue and firefighting and airports operations staff responded immediately in accordance with applicable emergency plans and regulatory requirements, deploying land and water-based resources and coordinating mutual aid under complex nighttime and on-water conditions.
Second, I'm seconding it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Tom.
All right. Vote in favor of the new finding. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All in favor.
Excellent. Member Inman, you're recognized.
Amendment, proposed additional finding. Number 2, the accident could have been prevented if the instructor pilot had ended the NVG proficiency flight at numerous points due to pilot performance and meteorological conditions while on NVGs.
Second.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. Staff does not concur. We could have said this about a number of things. I mean, we could have said if the helicopter would have never taken off, the accident would not have happened. In addition, the instructor pilot did not consider the pilot's performance as poor enough to discontinue the flight. And in reality, a check ride is a training opportunity, and even if it's unsuccessful, that's not a reason to discontinue the flight.
You were getting a lifesaver. I thought you were trying to reach for your microphone. Okay, so I agree with staff's assessment. I do not support the finding. The finding says the accident could have been prevented if the instructor pilot had ended the NVG proficiency flight at numerous points due to pilot performance. That's making a judgment and assumption on pilot performance that is nowhere discussed in the report. Mr. McKinney, I would ask, do you believe, is there any way to know whether the pilot would have passed the standardization test?
No. God, no.
We do not know what the instructor pilot would have determined at the end of the flight because they hadn't completed the flight yet.
Did you determine that there was any deficiency with the pilot performance?
We found no deficiencies with the pilot performance with the information that we had.
And was there any reason why the instructor pilot should have ended the NVG proficiency flight due to meteorological conditions? It was windy, but gusty.
The winds, I don't think, affected the MVG portion of the flight. I have been thinking about this a little bit more, and I would say that the helicopter, the crew was transiting route 1 and 4, which was basically the repositioning down to Davidson Airfield to do more of the proficiency check. So this was just a transit portion of the flight, which any helicopter crew would have been doing at any time along a published route. And even if they had decided to return early, they probably would have transited that route anyway. So it still would have put the helicopter in jeopardy of the intersection of Route 4 and the approach path to runway 33.
Did we anywhere in the report, Mr. McKinney or Mr. Banning, talk about pilot performance at numerous points of the flight?
I don't recall that we have anything on that.
We did not. So this would be a finding with no backup information in the report.
Once again,
And
findings with
frankly,
no information.
Would put
Can't do
staff
that.
in the position of making it up, I guess, because that was not your assessment.
I guess, because the CVR itself reveals, and we talked about this earlier, a missed turn, a failed landing, 27 different instances of wind buffeting and things like that. But actually hearing your latest reasoning, had they even called it off, they still would have had to transition back to Fort Belvoir. That to me sounds more rational. And I can understand that a little bit more. Even if you said, no, you still got to get home, you got to land the aircraft and you can't take a different route than what was already there. So with that, I'm willing to withdraw on that premise.
Okay, are there any other amendments to the findings? All right, moving on to the probable cause. Mr.
Chair.
What? Oh, wait, we actually have to approve the findings as amended.
I will move for that.
I will second. Any further discussion? All right, this is on findings as amended. Mr. McMurray.
That's it, Chair. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman? Aye. Chair Homendy?
Aye.
All in favor?
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis.
Chair, staff proposes the following.
I am reminded that staff would like a brief break. So sorry. So we will do 15 minutes.
Trying to go as fast as I can without like skipping around. Brief break. How fast can we get through this? I have it at 3 times speed, so I'm curious in how they.
Okay, we are back. Mr. Curtis, can you read the proposed probable cause?
Certainly, Chair. Staff proposes the following probable cause. The NTSB determines that the probable cause of this accident was the placement of a helicopter route in close proximity to a runway approach path with no procedural mitigations to separate helicopter and fixed-wing traffic. The FAA's inadequate evaluation and review of data that indicated the risk of a mid-air collision in that area, and their failure to act on recommendations to mitigate that risk. Also causal was the air traffic system's over-reliance on visual separation in order to promote efficient traffic flow without consideration of the limitations of the see and avoid concept, and the Army's lack of a fully implemented safety management system, which should have identified and addressed hazards associated with altitude exceedances on the Washington, D.C. helicopter routes. These systemic failures allowed for a mid-air collision after the helicopter crew was unable to apply visual separation due to the misidentification of the location of the airplane. Contributing factors include.
And guess what? Never, once again, I sound like a broken record, but hill I'm willing to die on. Why are you having Route 4 there in the first place? I just can't. Because then you wouldn't have the visual separation issue. You wouldn't have the human performance issues. You just wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have to worry about your altimeters not working and your instrumentation being off by any means, and all the Swiss cheese model just lining up. If you wouldn't have put shit on record of planes and helicopters being in that close of proximity, this never would have been an issue to begin with, and we wouldn't be sitting here.
The limitations of the traffic awareness and collision alerting systems on both aircraft, which precluded effective alerting of the impending collision to the flight crews, the high workload of the controllers due to the combination of the local and helicopter control positions, and the absence of effective data sharing and analysis among the FAA, aircraft operators, and other relevant organizations. Chair.
Thank you. Well, we all had some changes. So I'm going to recognize Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate staff and the individual members of working individually with me on this. I move to amend the probable cause to read, and I'm not even going to read, well, I guess you got a red line in there. That's pretty good. I'm just going to read the whole thing because I can't read through those red lines right now. The NTSB, my motion is to amend the probable cause to read. The NTSB determines that the probable cause of this accident was the FAA's placement of a helicopter route in close proximity to a runway approach path, their failure to regularly review and evaluate helicopter routes and available data, and their failure to act on recommendations to mitigate the risk of a mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, as well as the air traffic system's over-reliance on visual separation in order to promote efficient traffic flow without consideration for the limitations of the see and avoid concept. Also causal was the lack of effective pilot-applied visual separation by the helicopter crew, which resulted in a mid-air collision. Additional causal factors were the tower team's loss of situational awareness and degraded performance due to a high workload of the combined helicopter and local control positions and the absence of a risk assessment process to identify and mitigate real-time operational risk factors, which resulted in misprioritization of duties, inadequate traffic advisories, and the lack of safety alerts to both flight crews. Also causal was the Army's failure to ensure pilots were aware of the effects of air tolerances on barometric altimeters in their helicopters, which resulted in the crew flying above the maximum published helicopter route altitude. Contributing factors include the limitations of the traffic awareness and collision alerting systems on both aircraft, which precluded effective alerting of the impending collision to the flight crews, an unsustainable airport arrival rate, increasing traffic volume with a changing fleet mix, and airline scheduling practices at DCA, which regularly strain the DCA ATCT workforce and degraded safety over time. The Army's lack of a fully implemented safety management system, which should have identified and addressed hazards associated with altitude exceedances on the Washington, D.C. helicopter routes. The FAA's failure across multiple organizations to implement previous NTSB recommendations, including ADSBN, and to follow and fully integrate its established safety management system, which should have led to several organizational and operational changes based on previously identified risks that were known to management, and the absence of effective data sharing and analysis among the FAA, aircraft operators, and other relevant organizations.
Second, I'm seconding that. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I would just clarify, I think from what
Yeah,
was shown on
what's
the
on
screen
this
is
is
not what
different.
Member Graham was reading. So I
That's
just want
right.
to make sure people realize that there is some modifications, especially in the front of the first stat.
Yeah,
Is
there
it
are.
possible to get that on the screen?
Did they
Yeah.
get that email?
None of that made, I mean, it made sense what he was reading, but like couldn't see it on the screen. It was too tiny, combined with the fact that that wasn't right.
They're working on it.
It's weird.
Yeah, well, we'll chat about it while that would be fine.
And I appreciate everybody working with me on this,
Yeah.
and I appreciate the patience of everybody here on this. I think it's important that we get this right.
Absolutely.
And appreciate working with each member up here and the staff. I know we've been roundabout on this for more than one day.
And I would offer, if this is adopted, I can withdraw my changes to the probable cause that I had. I think staff working with Member Graham said, can we just put them all into one package? So as long as we don't have an issue, I won't have anything else in addition. So can we find out if staff agrees with this? Can we get it okay?
If you say no.
Staff concurs.
Staff still employed.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I did address a number of my concerns. Number one, this helicopter route shouldn't have been there in the first place. This was terrible design of the airspace. And from my perspective, I also felt that it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to slow that down because everybody needs to freaking hear that. Because that's a hill I've been willing to die on since January 29th of 2025. And I've made it perfectly clear my opinion. And although my opinions on some things change, and when getting more facts and stuff, that is an opinion that I have held firm from the very beginning. It has not changed, and I will not change it because fuck. Why? Civilians, especially kids, did not sign up. They were figure skaters. Not all of them, only like 20 of them and their families, but still, these people did not sign up to be part of a military operation. Oy. Okay. I slowed it down. Yes, she said it. She said what everybody's been thinking. And I have to slow it down because thank you for stating what the vast majority of the common sense world has been thinking. And fuck Congress.
Number one, this helicopter route shouldn't have been there in the first place. This was terrible design of the airspace. And from my perspective, I also felt that it was critical, like Member Inman, to talk about the error tolerances on barometric altimeters and the lack of pilot knowledge of knowing that they thought they were at 200 feet and they were actually at 300 or above at some points, which is unacceptable. And, I do appreciate, thank you for the addition of the failure of multiple organizations to implement previous NTSB recommendations, because we have issued a number of recommendations for years, including to address see and avoid and ADSB in. So thank you for also including that. I think this is a really good probable cause, and you're right, we needed to get it right. How about we move to a vote? If we need to hand out copies, we could just photocopy, right? Okay,
You ready, Chair?
you ready? Yeah, all right, go for it.
Okay, this is a vote in favor of the amendment to the probable cause read by Member Graham. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Hamady.
Aye,
All right, Chair, majority's in favor.
great. And I don't believe we have to do anything else on the probable cause because it was an entire replacement. Excellent. We may now move to the recommendations. Mr. Curtis, you can read the recommendations.
As a result of this investigation, staff proposes the following 48 new safety recommendations.
48.
32 to the Federal Aviation Administration. Number one, develop and implement time on position limitations for supervisory air traffic control personnel, including guidance for district and facility level management to adapt these limitations to account for their own staffing and local standard operating procedures. Number two, develop instructor-led, scenario-based training on threat and error management that trains controllers to continuously monitor their environment to more quickly and accurately identify threats, promote team communication to ensure that communications are clear, timely, and assertive, emphasize effective scanning habits, recognize patterns in the development of adverse events, and enhance decision-making under stress by developing habits that balance procedural compliance with problem solving to mitigate the risks of threats and errors, and provide this training to all air traffic controllers annually. Number 3, develop and implement a risk assessment tool for supervisors that incorporates the principles of threat and error management to assist in risk identification, mitigation, and operational decision-making. Number 4, initiate rulemaking in 14 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 93, Subpart K, high-density traffic airports, that prescribes air carrier operation limitations at DCA in 30-minute periods, similar to those imposed at LaGuardia Airport, to ensure that the airport does not exceed capacity and to mitigate inconsistent air carrier scheduling practices. Number 5, fully implement operational use of the time-based flow management system at Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control and its associated air traffic control towers. Number 6, reassess the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport's airport arrival rate with special consideration to its airspace complexity, airfield limitations, mixed fleet.
Okay, I just have to stop. Jeffrey, you're driving me nuts because you're going a little too nuanced. You cannot train, welcome to the military. You will never run a scenario in an emergency or in a firefight or on the flight deck. You will never have a scenario that you have not trained for. Yes, I understand it's not an emergency if you've practiced it. You're missing the fucking point. The fucking point is, and I'm sorry about the F-bombs, but you're missing the fucking point. The kids practice it so they know where to go. So when you tell a kid, hey, go outside to our fire location, they don't run around with their head, like a chicken with their head cut off. However, you will never, welcome to the U.S. military, you will never, ever have a scenario that you have not written out a 30-page document for, you have not thought of, trained, gone over. You run the same freaking, you have general quarters. You go the same freaking way every time. So that way, in an emergency, when you are in a fight or flight mode and you are panicked, you go the same damn way because it's what's in your brain. It's ingrained into your brain. This is how we do it. You're completely missing the actual point. You're completely missing the point. You don't have ambulance drivers practicing how to get to different addresses. Yes, but they practice evasive maneuvers and how to drive like that. They practice how to make quick turns. They practice how to back up into scenarios. They practice things that will set them up for success. You're completely missing the damn point. You're completely missing the point. Completely. It's going over your head by a mile.
Operations and traffic volume. Number 7, define objective criteria for the determination of air traffic facility levels considering traffic and airspace volume, operational factors unique to each facility, and cost of living. Number 8, using the criteria established by Safety Recommendation 7, determine whether the classification of the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport's Air Traffic Control Tower as a Level 9 facility appropriately reflects the complexity of its operations. Number 9, conduct a comprehensive evaluation in conjunction with local operators to determine the overall safety benefits and risks to requiring all aircraft to use the same frequency when the helicopter and local positions are combined in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower. Number 10, implement anti-blocking technology that will alert controllers and/or flight crews to potentially blocked transmissions when simultaneously broadcasting occurs. Number 11, develop and implement improvements to the conflict alert system to provide more salient and meaningful alerts to controllers based on the severity of the conflict triggering the alert. Number 12, once the improvements to the conflict alert system discussed in Safety Recommendation 11 are implemented, provide training to controllers on its use. Number 13, revise the air traffic organization's initial event response procedures so that an appropriate on-site supervisor makes each post-accident and post-incident drug and alcohol testing determination based on their assessment of whether the event meets testing criteria and which controllers had duties pertaining to the involved aircraft without needing to wait for investigation or approval. Number 14, at least annually, provide training on the revised post-accident and post-incident drug and alcohol testing determination procedure discussed in Safety Recommendation 13 to all staff who have responsibilities under that procedure. This training should include a post-learning knowledge assessment. Number 15, ensure that annual reviews of helicopter route charts are being conducted throughout the national airspace system as required by Federal Aviation Administration order. Number 16, conduct a safety risk management process to evaluate whether modifications to the remaining helicopter route structure in the vicinity of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport are necessary to safely deconflict helicopter and fixed wing traffic and provide the results to the National Transportation Safety Board. Number 17, amend your helicopter route design criteria and approval process to ensure that current and future route designs or design changes provide vertical separation from airport approach and departure paths. Number 18,
That one seems like common sense, but apparently common sense ain't so damn common. Just a thought. Ugh.
based on the criteria and approval process established by Safety Recommendation 17, review all existing helicopter routes to ensure alignment with these updated criteria. Number 19, incorporate the lateral location and published altitudes of helicopter routes onto all instrument and visual approach and departure procedures to provide necessary situation awareness to fixed-wing operators of the risk of helicopter traffic operating in their vicinity. Number 20, modify airborne collision avoidance system traffic advisory oral alerts to include clock position, relative altitude, range, and vertical tendency. Number 21, require existing and new traffic alerting and collision avoidance system, TCAS 1, TCAS 2, and airborne collision avoidance system X installations to integrate directional traffic symbols. Number 22, require all aircraft operating in airspace where automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, out, is required to also be equipped with ADSB in with a cockpit display of traffic information that is configured to provide alerting audible to the pilot and/or flight crew. Number 23, require the use of the appropriate variant of airborne collision avoidance system X on new production aircraft that are subject to traffic alert and collision avoidance system equipage regulations. Number 24, require existing aircraft that are subject to traffic alert and collision avoidance system equipage regulations be retrofitted with the appropriate variant of airborne collision avoidance system X. Number 25, evaluate the feasibility of decreasing the traffic advisory and resolution advisory inhibit altitudes in airborne collision avoidance system XA to enable improved alerting throughout more of the flight envelope. Number 26, if the evaluation resulting from Safety Recommendation 25 finds that the inhibit altitudes can be safely decreased, require retrofitting of the applicable airborne collision avoidance system X variant incorporating the reduced traffic advisory and resolution advisory inhibit altitudes on all aircraft that are subject to traffic alert and collision avoidance system and equipage regulations. Number 27, require that all rotorcraft operating in Class B airspace be equipped with airborne collision avoidance system ACAS XR technology once the ACAS XR standard has been published. Number 28, create an objective definition of close proximity encounter in a public database of those encounters and their locations that can be used to monitor their prevalence and identify areas of potential traffic conflict for safety assurance and safety risk management. Number 29.
100%. Definitely agree with that. But we need definitions that actually make sense and that are the same in DC, New York, Tampa, Miami, Washington, Washington State. Anywhere you go in the country should have the same definition of what close proximity means. That seems like common sense. And why did it take till 2026 to figure that out?
Develop and implement a process that will, in a timely manner, notify involved parties after events such as near midair collisions or traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisory activations, such that notification occurs while relevant data remain available and before meaningful safety analysis, reporting, or corrective action is no longer practical. Number 30. Direct an audit of the Air Traffic Organization, ATO, by a competent authority outside of the ATO, of ATO safety management system functions and data sharing activities at all air traffic control facilities, and determine whether these activities are conducted in collaboration with all relevant external stakeholders, ensuring that the audit's results are documented, reported to the administrator, and made available to the public. Number 31. Based on the results of the audit completed in accordance with Safety Recommendation 30, ensure that all safety management system functions and data sharing activities at all air traffic control facilities are conducted in collaboration with all relevant external stakeholders. Number 32, establish a requirement across all air traffic control tower standard operating procedures that the operations supervisor, OS, or controller in charge, CIC, document in the daily facility log that when any control position is combined with a local control position, or when the OS CIC position is combined with a control position, along with the rationale for doing so. 8 recommendations to the U.S. Army. Number 33, revise training procedures for flight crews assigned to operate in the Washington, D.C. area to ensure that they receive initial and recurrent training on fixed-wing operations at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, including approach and departure paths, runway configurations, and the interaction of those traffic flows with published helicopter routes. Number 34, develop and implement a recurring procedure at an interval not to exceed 18 months to verify the continued accuracy of recorded flight data. Number 35, incorporate information within the appropriate operator's manual for all applicable aircraft on the potential total error allowed by design that could occur in flight on an otherwise airworthy barometric altimeter, including the increased position error associated with the external stores support system configuration. Number 36, develop and implement a transponder inspection procedure on all aircraft with transponders capable of transmitting Mode S, an automatic dependent surveillance broadcast ADSB and operated in the National Airspace System, NAS, at least annually, and upon each aircraft's entry into service in the NAS that ensures 1, the transponder ADSB settings are correct, 2, the transponder is transmitting ADSB, and 3, the transponder is transmitting the correctly assigned address. Number 37, establish a flight data monitoring program for rotary wing aircraft the U.S. Army operates in the National Airspace System. Number 38, survey U.S. Army helicopter pilots to identify barriers to the utilization of flight safety reporting systems, develop a plan to address the identified barriers, and implement that plan across Army aviation units. 39, revise the method for allocating resources to ensure the development of a robust safety management system that will, at a minimum, identify and monitor the potential for mid-air collisions between Army aircraft and civil air traffic operating in the National Airspace System. Number 40, develop and maintain a flight safety management capability that is independently resourced and functionally separate from its occupational and environmental health management system, and ensure that this capability is both culturally and functionally integrated with units conducting sustained flight operations in the National Airspace System. 5 recommendations to the Department of War Policy Board on Federal Aviation. Number 41, conduct a study to evaluate the quality of radio transmissions and reception for those aircraft operated within the National Airspace System to identify factors that degrade communications, equipment performance, and adversely affect the safety of civilian and military flight operations. Number 42, implement appropriate enhancements based on the findings of the study recommended in Safety Recommendation 41 to remediate identified deficiencies in air-ground radio communications performance. Number 43, require the Department of War to verify on all aircraft with transponders capable of transmitting Mode S and Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast ADSB and operated in the National Airspace System, NAS, at least annually and upon each aircraft's entry into service in the NAS that 1, the transponder ADSB settings are correct, 2, the transponder is transmitting ADSB, and 3, the transponder is transmitting the correctly assigned address. Number 44.
Once again, that right there should be something that is like done yearly by maintainers. It should be written into 100-hour, 1,000-hour inspections, whatever the Army has. But also the people, the higher ups in the Army, in their infinite stupidity, should be court-martialed. Anybody who had knowledge that those systems had the wrong settings and were improperly installed and did not tell anybody to fix the problem should be court-martialed. And quite frankly, not only booted from the Army, but should spend some significant time behind bars. Maybe Leavenworth, where you will spend 12 hours a day turning big rocks into little rocks and making license plates.
Require armed services to amend their operational procedures to allow flight crews to enable automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out while in flight. Number 45, require all military aircraft operating in the National Airspace System, NAS, to be equipped with automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, with a cockpit display of traffic information that is configured to provide alerting audible to the pilot and or flight crew, and that such requirement apply whenever in the NAS, the Federal Aviation Administration requires any aircraft to operate with ADSB out. 2 recommendations to the Department of Transportation. Number 46, require the Federal Aviation Administration to demonstrate at least annually that each air traffic control facility it operates has the routine capability to accomplish required post-accident and post-incident drug and alcohol testing within the U.S. Department of Transportation's specified timeframes of 2 hours for alcohol and 4 hours for drugs, and implement a process to ensure that any facility without such capability will demonstrate timely remediation. Number 47, work with the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, administrator to convene an independent panel to conduct a comprehensive review of the safety culture within the FAA's Air Traffic Organization, ATO, and use the findings to enhance the ATO's existing safety management system and integrate it into all levels of the organization. And 1 recommendation to the RTCA, Program Management Committee. Number 48, finalize and publish the minimum operational performance standards for Airborne Collision Avoidance System XR for rotorcraft. Additionally, this report contains the following 2 safety recommendations previously issued by the National Transportation Safety Board in March of 2025 in its report titled Deconflict Airplane and Helicopter Traffic in the Vicinity of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport to the Federal Aviation Administration. Urgent Recommendation A-25-1, prohibit operations on Helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when runways 15 and 33 are being used for departures and arrivals, respectively, at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, DCA. And Urgent Recommendation A-25-2, designate an alternative helicopter route that can be used to facilitate travel between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when that segment of Route 4 is closed. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Okay, we have some amendments, and we'll do the same thing in order of number of the amendment as it's in the draft report. I have 1 amendment. I think mine comes up first for recommendation 30. So right now, recommendation 30 states that the FAA should direct an audit of ATO by a competent authority outside the ATO of the ATO safety management system. This would be an amendment. I offer an amendment to change that to a recommendation to the U.S. Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General. Is there a second?
Yes.
Ooh,
Thank you.
OIG.
First staff position.
Well, just a little curious as to why.
Yes, I will
Curious
tell you why.
as to
Okay.
why.
All right. So the reason I was okay with it being an independent audit directed to the FAA to allow an entity outside of the ATO, but within the FAA to look at the ATO and their safety management system until we all learned a few hours ago that Mr. Fuller left the ATO and is now the head of the SMS office at FAA. I think that creates a conflict. And so
Staff concurs.
I don't even have to finish. Okay, there you go. Perfect.
I love
Any other comments? Vote.
All right, board, this is in favor of amendment to recommendation 30. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Yes.
Chairman Humby.
Aye.
All in favor, Chair.
Great. Next is, I'm finding it. I'm going to turn to Member Graham.
You could call up Amendment 14, please.
We have like 40 minutes to go, so I'm like winding
I'll go
this
ahead and
down
start. Here we
and
go.
skipping.
I move
Great.
to, for a new recommendation to the FAA, revise FAA order job order 7110.65, section 2-1-6, safety alert, to require controllers assert positive control by issuing an alert with appropriate traffic advisory information and offering pilots an alternate course of action followed by the word immediately, in quotes, if they observe an aircraft is in unsafe proximity to another aircraft. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member Graham, you're recognized.
This is the first, I said, as a series of amendments I'll be offering on visual separation. This report and our investigation revealed that air traffic controllers at DCA were incredibly over-reliant on pilot-applied visual separation. The numerous limitations and risks of see and avoid are well documented in this report and prior NTSB investigations. If there was ever a time to address this issue, especially from an air traffic controls perspective, it would be the result of this investigation. I can go on if you want.
No. Does staff?
So Member Graham, I can appreciate it. And I know staff very much would like to support this. And I think where we're concerned a little bit is that if controllers are required to issue positive control instructions with every safety alert, could there possibly be some unintended consequences that we're not thinking about?
I don't think so, but I'd like to get, if you don't mind, I'd like to get your staff member from the ATC control group back there, get their opinion on this.
That would be fine. Mr. Sober.
So yes, we did talk about this with at some depth yesterday, and our initial feel was the same. We liked the idea. However, when we started to consider the ramifications of potentially requiring a positive control instruction, that becomes problematic from the standpoint that there are times a safety alert could be issued without the aid of a radar display, for instance. And I can't. A controller might not be able to look out there and actually, if they're giving this visually, just because they see two aircraft coming in close proximity to one another, an instruction that they can be certain would not be conflicting with something else, like they don't know their headings or they don't know exactly the altitude. So it could actually cause maybe some unintended consequence there. And then also just the sheer, the number of times, if it was every single time that they issued a safety alert, they issued an accompanying control instruction to do something, we just felt that it may introduce unintended consequences. So we just, after considering all that, the best thing that we could even, consider is well, I mean, that's it. That's where we landed on it at the end of the day.
So you're not supportive of this anymore. You helped me write it, you know that.
It's tough. I'm supportive. Well, that's why I started that off with that. I actually was supportive of the concept of it, but after playing it out like that, it made it that it may be somewhat unrealistic in some respects. In this case, we certainly think it would have been great. So I think that, an alternative that I would hope to see is that, maybe we get an enhanced emphasis and training on safety alerts in the FAA to understand what that means to offer an alternate control instruction if feasible and that type of thing to press the issues from that standpoint. But we didn't develop anything like that here.
I wish you would have let me know a little earlier. But if that's the case, you're not supportive of it. I was doing this in support of your group chair report.
I understand.
And so I would like to withdraw that recommendation.
Okay.
That
would
makes
also
it
have me
easy.
withdraw my next recommendation, but I would go to the last one then.
Okay. Moving to the
That
last
makes
one.
it super easy.
Okay, so please bring up Amendment 16. Am I okay to speak on this, Mr. Soper?
Oh, yeah, you're recognized.
Sorry. Thank you. I'll go ahead here. I move for a new recommendation, the FAA, update FAA order job order 3120.4S to ensure controllers receive instructor-led, scenario-based initial and annual training on the proper use of power and pilot-applied visual separation via a standalone training module that includes the limitations and responsibilities when applying visual separation.
Second.
Yep. Sorry, I was just reading real quick. All right. Staff.
So staff concurs, and I understand we have some language we'd like to add to it if you would consider. I think there's a slide prepared.
Anybody gonna read it? Apparently not.
It's happening as we go along.
Apparently no one wanted to read that one.
What ATC staff thinks of this.
Yeah, I would do,
Mr. Soper.
can you, yeah, and eventually I'm going to want to put back up, but go ahead.
So this one was a result of, obviously we're all supportive of it, and sitting back here and going over these, actually, Mr. Hoyt brought to my attention that the rec as it was written may not land well with the FAA. They may just come back and say, we have this training module already, here it is, we've complied. And because it didn't ask for something new, didn't maybe outline some other things. I believe we kind of wrote that to include everything that was in yours. I don't think I missed anything out of that other than the manual. And the only reason the manual title wasn't included is because if they do this and they include it, if they develop the module and include it as a refresher, as part of the annual simulator refresher training, it automatically will go into the 3420.
So you're concerned as currently drafted that they would just come back and say, we already do this?
That was the concern. And our point was we want them to not give the same training over again. We need them to actually teach controllers what the limitations are when applying visual separation, what their responsibilities remain when they're providing visual separation, and things to consider when they are going to apply visual separation, like weather, night, day, how far are the aircraft apart, how many other aircraft are you working, do you have an assistant or are you standalone, are you combined position, all of those things. We want them to teach that and have that guidance in print that they can refer to, so hopefully better decisions can be made.
Well, this is Member Graham's amendment.
I am willing to remove my recommendation and replace it with this recommendation.
May I ask for Member Graham and staff to consider one change? Can you put the amendment back up? Well, actually, if you're moving, I still need a second first. So I'll second. There you go. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Thank you. So you have developed this program, this new instructor-led scenario-based training, and then you say require this training for all new controllers and include on a recurrent basis. I certainly would want existing controllers to also receive this training initially. So if we could just strike new, I'd be okay with it. So all controllers.
Traffic control would agree with that.
Oh, even though it says and include on a recurrent basis thereafter an annual. Okay, I guess I assume that meant all controllers, but if we need to spell it out more, I'm okay with that, because this is for you. I was doing these for you guys because I heard you guys from the very beginning that they got issues over there and we need to get it right and we need to do some training.
I agree. And I think that rec captured all of yours. I really do. And I understand what the chairwoman is saying also, which is we need to give it to all controllers now because they haven't been getting the right thing and now continue that throughout. We would be agreeing.
Give it to the current controllers and require it.
Excellent. So we know what you want to read it one more time. Everything that's on the screen minus new. How's that? Are we clear?
Yes, you want to put it up there and I'll read it, please? Thank you. Everything but new. So my amendment, and I move for a new recommendation to read, develop a new and comprehensive instructor-led scenario-based training on the proper use of visual separation, both tower and pilot applied. This training should include information on the inherent limitations of see and avoid, responsibilities when applying visual separation, and guidance for controllers on factors such as current traffic volume, workload, weather, or environmental factors, experience, and staffing that should be considered when applying visual separation. Require this training for all controllers and include on a recurrent basis thereafter an annual simulator refresher training.
I'll second.
Excellent. Tom, you're up. You're good?
Staff concurs. All right, board, this is a vote in favor of adding a new recommendation to the FAA as read by Member Graham. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Enman.
Aye.
Chair Hominy.
Aye.
All in favor.
I would want to add one thing
Yeah.
to that. I think it's important to put up, or at least point out for the DCA tower, that requires the simulators to work. And that group and organization have been waiting for months and months and months just to have that. So I hope it doesn't go without cause with that recommendation. Just fix the damn machines.
They're getting so
Okay,
sick of this.
excellent. Totally agree. Member Inman, you're recognized.
Actually, I'm going to skip past a few.
And remember, this is also the end of their 10-hour day. So they're probably like, I just want to get the fuck out of here. Kind of like us. But I do have us set up to redirect to my other stream where we are going to talk LIPS's Orange County updates. So stick around for that.
Of mine, I think they've been overtaken by a few other events. And I'm going to go directly, if you will, to Amendment 7. It's a proposed new recommendation to the FAA. Evaluate other air traffic control towers to confirm if miles and trail are being adhered to per TRACON and tower agreements.
Second.
All right. Staff.
Staff does not concur. We have no indication that miles and trail issues are at other airports. The staff does not believe this recommendation is supported based on the findings of this investigation.
Member Inman.
I would agree that we didn't evaluate the rest of the U.S., but we found a systemic issue that these controllers were constantly asking for miles and trail. They needed that to do their job safely. And so we saw an issue that was not being adhered to, at least with their agreement in DCA. We don't know where else exists in the country. And I agree that we didn't evaluate that. That's the reason why we recommend that the FAA does. What I don't want to see is, again, 5 years from now, the data's there, we already knew it, and we just didn't want to suggest that the FAA go back and review it. I know in the helicopter aspect, they went ahead and took the recommendations. They've been surveying other helicopter routes, and that was acceptable to us. But in this case, we do know miles and trail and the spacing was some form of proximate cause to this accident. Is it happening elsewhere in the country?
I would add, though, that the helicopter routes, we found out the FAA had done it across the NAS. So those were focused on DCA only.
There's 5 of those?
But what the routes?
No, 5 locations in the country that have helicopter routes.
I think it's 8.
Today?
But regardless, that's something different.
Yeah. I was just
Sorry.
using that as an example.
Stay
I,
on topic,
I think it would
stay
be
on
an easy
topic,
thing for
stay
the
on
FAA to
topic.
do. And I think there's, and I don't know this for certain, but I would suspect that if there's other towers that are suffering the same way and not able to get their safety recommendations, they would appreciate having another voice in response to this recommendation.
May I, thank you. And may I ask some questions? The agreement between DC Tower, is there a formal agreement between DC Tower and Potomac Tracon on miles and trail? What?
No, there's not.
Are there other such tower agreements throughout the national airspace?
There are others that most that we see have an agreement with the miles and trail.
But not all.
In print. Correct, not all.
So, and Member Inman, I think this is probably workable. I'm going to say my concern with this is actually that if, let's say DC Tower had an agreement with Potomac Tracon, but the agreement was terrible because they kept asking for less, an increase in spacing, then the Tracon and Tower agreement would actually not ensure safety. So my concern is actually the words being adhered to per Tracon and Tower agreements. That may not ensure safety. I think your intent is to ensure safety and to ensure you're getting adequate spacing. My concern is you might have deficient and safety deficiencies in the applicable Tracon and Tower agreements.
I'm happy to take a modification of that. And the idea is the FAA's got 30,000 people. They can't go back and check and take the opinions and give us a report of what they did. I think that's a lot of people deserve to know that.
That's a good point.
Well, I might add too, what I'm hearing here is it might be good to review that also on an annual basis to make sure it is working for you.
Kind of like you're supposed to evaluate the helicopter routes.
Yes.
Oh, the snark. Oh my God. Oh my God, the snark. Oh goodness. I can't even
take
with
5
people
minutes
anymore. Like I just, and I thought I was spicy. I can say whatever I want on here because this is my channel. This is the.
We're actually going to make that 15 minutes, and I'd like staff to come up, and one of us will disappear so Tom doesn't have a fit.
They are getting snarkier and snarkier as the seconds wear on. And I'm like, I'm sort of here for it because when someone is snarky, you generally get their honest opinion because it's really hard, in my personal opinion, to be bitchy and lie. Usually when I'm snarky is when you're getting my honest opinions because I just don't care. But they are in professional settings. I am not. I am sitting behind my desk, being a mom, telling you how I think, telling you what I feel, for better or for worse. They are supposed to be in a
getting close
professional setting.
All right, Member Inman, you're recognized.
I'm going to actually, after consulting with staff and others, I'm going to revise my original recommendation, and this will be to the FAA, specifically to require each Class B or Class C ATCT facility to evaluate its existing MIT procedures or agreements to ensure that the spacing provided is appropriate for operational safety and make the results publicly available.
I like the publicly available. Thank
Staff
you.
concurs.
I think, again, we have a responsibility beyond just this air traffic control tower to make sure the NAS is safe as possible, and I hope this will help achieve it.
Oh, NAS is National Airspace.
All right, Mr. McMurray, you're up.
All right, this is for a new funding to the FAA. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman. Aye. Chair Homendy.
It's a new recommendation.
I'm sorry, new recommendation to
Aye.
the FAA. All in favor.
All righty, so now we get to the recommendations as amended. Is
Move to adopt.
there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. McMurray.
All right, board, this is a vote in favor of adopting the recommendations as amended. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All in favor.
All right, now we get to consider the full report. Are there any amendments to the report? Nope. All right, there are some revisions, right? Yeah, there are some revisions that will need to be made by staff to correspond to the new findings and recommendations that were adopted, or adjustments to some. And we recognize that in Board Order 4D, it states that the board may direct revisions be made to the text and prepared or finalized by staff And that if a board member requests that revisions be circulated for review after the board meeting, those will be circulated for review on through the voting process, giving board members 3 business days on those post-meeting revisions. And so all the board members request that. So any revisions made would go on PMA, our voting process, so that we can just review those and move that forward. But that means, is there a motion? Well, let me make sure I got it right.
Oh, and by the
Is
way,
there a
we're at
motion to adopt
4,299
the final
subscribers.
report pending
Can we
revisions?
get a 40,
So moved.
40
All
who
right.
wants to be 4,300?
Council,
All right, on adopting the report
And no,
pending final
Jeffrey,
revisions.
unsubscribing or
amended.
resubscribing will
I'm sorry.
not get you the
report as
4,300.
amended.
As amended, pending final revisions. Board, if in favor, say aye. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman? Chair on commenting.
Aye.
All in favor?
All right. Does any member wish to reserve the right to file a concurring or dissenting statement? Member
wish.
Graham?
Sorry.
Member Inman?
Yes.
Me too, all 3 of us. All right, I'd like to thank Member Graham and Member Inman for their preparation in advance of today's meeting and for our work together during the meeting. As I stated at the start of this meeting, this was one of the most complex investigations in NTSB's history. And as we know all too well, it was also one of the most significant commercial aviation accidents in years. We all would like to once again extend our deepest sympathies to all the families, those who are with us today, those who are watching online and weren't able to join us. We are so truly, truly sorry for your loss. We wish this is not how we met. I imagine today was very difficult. This was only the beginning. The first step in the process is getting this report out, getting the safety recommendations out, and then we will work together, if you are willing and able, to get our recommendations implemented to see that no other family goes through this again. We will vigorously advocate for implementation of our recommendations. And the other day, somebody said to me, it was a media person, oh, you went on a tirade. That was the word, tirade, at that press conference. You know what?
She did, but
And
that's
Todd
okay.
said this too. We should be angry. This was 100% preventable. We've issued recommendations in the past that were applicable here. We have talked about see and avoid for well over 5 decades.
I got a 43rd.
It's shameful.
4,300.
I don't want to be here
4,300.
years from now looking at other families that had to suffer such devastating loss. We are so sorry. Action, frankly, should occur before people die. The fact is, over the last 2 decades alone, I said, we've investigated 163 aviation accidents and 47 incidents resulting from a mid-air collision. That's over the last 2 decades. Mid-air collision, near mid-air collision, or loss of separation. As a result of those 211 aviation accidents and incidents, 281 people died. 112 people were injured. In 94 of those accidents, we raised concerns about see and avoid, almost 50%. The tombstone mentality of how the US government addresses safety improvements in all modes of transportation by waiting for people to die to take action, by comparing cost versus and then putting a price tag on people's lives of a whopping $11.6 million per person.
Bye, Paul. Good
Your
to see
loved
you.
ones are priceless for all of us here. You can't put a price tag on life. At the NTSB, all life is precious. Why do we wait? Why wait for people to die to take action? Why not take measures to prevent tragedy? So you will remain in our hearts, my heart. We will all continue to pray for you every day. In closing, all of us up here would like to extend our deep appreciation to all of Team NTSB, including our colleagues throughout the Office of Aviation Safety, our investigator in charge, Bryce Banning, the Office of Research and Engineering, the Office of General Counsel, the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications, and the Office of the Managing Director for their work over the course of this investigation, and then in the development of an excellent report. I also want to express our appreciation to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of the Chief Information Officer, and the Investigative Support Services Division for their vital support of this meeting. I also want to thank, well, first of all, John O'Callahan's family is here. Are they still here? I don't know, they might not be. He did an excellent job on the visibility study on performance. That was excellent, but I want to recognize 2 people. Man, they did a lot of work. Allison Diaz and John Curran. John, I know your parents are watching. Sure are. You did, the 2 of you, excellent, excellent job. Thank you. Thank you all. Before we adjourn, I would like to raise a point of personal privilege to thank my special assistant, Lauren Dudley. This is her last board meeting with us at the NTSB. I've known Lauren for a really long time. I worked with her on Capitol Hill. I know, and just so you all know, she's not going far. She's sure to be back in our orbit in her next role as Democratic Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Aviation under the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, where earlier in her career, she worked on a variety of aviation issues, including safety and oversight of both the FAA and the NTSB. Before that, Lauren was Investigations and Oversight Counsel for the T&I Committee, where she supported the committee's Boeing 737 MAX investigation. Lauren, of course, worked for many years for Eleanor Holmes Norton, which is how I met her. Lauren joined my team in December 2024 directly from the FAA, and while it is not in my statement, I'm going to say it was the most memorable of all swearing-ins. We were on the verge of a shutdown. We did not actually have a shutdown, but I was worried we were going to miss the opportunity to hire her real fast. So she was on vacation at Disney, and over Zoom, I swore her in outside of what roller coaster was that? Sorry, it was Universal. The what?
Not Disney.
The Velocicoaster. She is a roller coaster fan. I love it. And that was the most memorable. But at FAA, she served as Assistant Administrator for Government and Industry Affairs. She advised the Administrator, the Deputy Administrator, and other executives on legislative and policy initiatives and helped lead implementation of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, legislation that also reauthorized the NTSB. Needless to say, Lauren brought an incredible wealth of expertise to my team and the agency at large. The tragedy at DCA occurred just weeks into her tenure. Lauren launched with us and was invaluable on scene and ever since. Clearly, she is a brilliant policy analyst, attorney, and safety professional with unfailing dedication to our mission. But what I will personally miss most is her bright spirit, her tremendous grace and poise under pressure, and the warmth she always exudes. Lauren, you embody somebody I've always thought, which is that safety is about people. Safety is about people. You care deeply about the safety of individuals and communities alike, and your unique background makes you uniquely positioned to catalyze positive change for both, and frankly, to do everything we want in your new role as Staff Director of the Subcommittee of Aviation. That was a little bit of a joke, but we'll try to, get her to move our recommendations forward. But thank you for all you've done and for all you have yet to do. I look forward to fighting alongside you, and I am very excited that you have this opportunity. I also served as a staff director of a subcommittee for that committee before I came here to the NTSB. So actually, Lauren, that means you could be an NTSB board member one day, possibly chair. Anybody else want to? No? Sure. Okay.
All right. With that, she's going to beat that gavel. I have us set up to go to my other stream. I am going to quick do a stretch up because my butt has been sitting for 4.5 hours. But we have a couple of flipsy lipsy updates that we have a couple of loose lips. But thanks for joining me for this. There was also a tragedy in Bangor, Maine that a private plane from Houston flipped over. It was the wife of the only victim who's been identified. All 6 people on board did unfortunately perish. However, watching a couple of videos on it, one from Captain Steve, he brought up a couple really good points. And when that preliminary report comes out, we will be going through that. I also, because Mr. Squid is a structures guy, we'll be talking to him about icing. And also, I'm looking into pilot education on de-icing techniques when you are based in a southern region. With this Bangor, Maine, I believe that weather was a factor. But I also believe that they didn't know that weather was a factor because they didn't have the experience flying in cold weather to know that what the difference between what ice and snow sounds like. So I'm going to look into pilot training and stuff like that. I don't know how that'll go. That'll be a new one for me. But I am going to talk to Mr. Squid about at his work how pilots are trained, because he just went on a check flight the other day and hit 9 Gs in an airplane. Jesus Pete. That kind of messed him up for a couple of days. So that's another thing that's been going on in my house. When you hit 9 Gs and your body is not used to going in 9 Gs, you get a little saucy. But anyway, have us set up to redirect over to my other stream. I will be there in a hot minute. I just have to make sure my daughter is good. I have to make sure that I am good. And I will see you in a minute. Bye, guys.